Good morning, everybody. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is Wednesday, May 31st. This is our normal business agenda. We will start by taking a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ackerman.
Here.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Oath. Commissioner Ray.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 out of 7 commissioners present.
Great. Good morning, everybody. Good to see folks with us. 46 participants and counting. The first matter on our agenda is commissioner comments. I can start with some slight comments. I am the official representative to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission. Their business meeting was held this past week. I attended on behalf of Colorado, was able to provide perspective on what each state provides perspective on what each state is doing. And I was able to provide some perspective about our recent bill and the change to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. Had some really good discussions off record with a lot of different representatives and was happy to represent Colorado at that meeting. Director Murphy attended as well for a portion of the meeting. So that's my update. Any other commissioners with updates? All right, seeing none, we will move to consent agenda. Does any commissioner have questions with regard to consent agenda or any recommended orders? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because it's the D90. Is it an NOAV? Sorry, recommended order, perhaps. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because we actually had a citizen bring to our attention that there were some discrepancies in the reporting from D90. And I feel like it's important for us to let folks know that we follow up on some of those things that are brought to our attention and let folks know what the outcome of that is. And it's hard to tell just from reading the recommended order what happened with D90 and how they've resolved the issues that were brought up in the order. So last night, a response from D90 was shared with me, and it's a good response, but I'm wondering if we just want to have staff really quickly explain how D90 remedied the questions that the commission had about some of their reporting. I just want folks to know that we followed up and that it's been fixed.
Okay, do we have staff ready to provide some perspective? And hey, hello, Deputy Director Cuthbertson. For those that aren't in the know, you might frame the issue first before you go into the resolution.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner McGowan. It's a great question. I appreciate your being attentive to the interest being expressed from our stakeholders. If there are specific questions about the resolution of the AOC, I'm going to refer you to Ben Boudreau, our Assistant Attorney General, who managed that case. But I think your question is the more broad context of what happened, and so I'm happy to give just a sort of rehearse what happened. D90 filed for a variance to allow flaring while they pursued permits from CDPHE to authorize that operation. And this commission heard that last March of 22, if I remember correctly, and ended up granting that variance. I will say, as a side note, we are in the process now. We routinely, audit these processes to make sure that operators are complying with the variances that they've obtained. And we are in the throes of doing an analysis of D90's status with CDPHE permits and whether they've attained them, whether they've been denied, just following through on the variance. The variance quickly allowed D90 to continue its operations and the variance would be terminated, if I remember correctly, something like 60 days after a CDPHE permit was obtained, or it would be ended 72 hours if the permit was denied. And so we are in the process, we were in the last several weeks in the process of doing an analysis to try to make sure that we know what their compliance status is with CDPHE, and as a result, therefore be able to analyze what their compliance status is with that variance. So that's in process, and that's really a side note, but it's maybe relevant to your interest. Concurrent with that variance request, staff had identified some reporting, and partly in preparation for that variance application, staff had done a review and identified anomalies in the reporting. Concurrently, we did have a concerned citizen raise the exact same issue. And so we were able to have that conversation. That issue we attempted to resolve with D90 through our normal communication processes. We were not successful. I ended up directing staff to make a demand, to issue a demand letter for that information to rectify the anomalies. And the anomalies were there was 1 month of missing information, and there were several months of duplicate data where it was the same production. Each month, operators have to report their the amounts of oil and gas and other issues that they produce. And there were several months where the numbers for where the production amounts for a number of wells were exactly alike, exactly the same, which is not feasible, not reasonable. We did reach out to D90. They were not responsive. We issued an NOAV for their failure to respond and failure to have accurate production records. And the resolution of that NOAV is the recommended order that's on your docket today. We did end up receiving information. There are still some unresolved aspects to the data, but it's sometimes difficult to, in arrears, you can't recreate. If you miss something in real time, there's often no way to go back and rectify that. And there are still some minor anomalies with the reporting. We did review what they ended up finally submitting and felt like it was adequate, that it was as good as could be gotten, trying to recreate history. It's not perfect still, but our assessment was that it was what the operator would be able to provide without just making something up, which we also don't want, right? We would rather have no data than to have made up data. And so that's sort of the context of this recommended order and our status today. We are, like I said, actively reviewing their compliance with the conditions of the variance that the commission granted. And depending on what we find there, you may be hearing from us again in the near future. So that would be the summary I would offer. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner McGowan.
I think I read too in their response that they were having some issues because there was ownership transferring at the same time that they were trying to figure out how to report and who would report. So I just wanted to point out that seemed to be some of the problematic issues with reporting as well, at least from their perspective.
Yeah, and I would just thank you, Chair. And that is relevant to the issue at hand then. It's also coincidentally relevant to now. The wells that are the subject of the recommended order were transferred to Fulcrum last October. That Form 9 that transfers those assets was approved May 10th. And so coincidentally, Fulcrum D90 now cannot report production for those wells. Fulcrum may be in the process of coming into compliance, but as of 10 days ago, they are now late for their March 23 reporting. Just to rehearse our production process, operators have to provide that monthly operations report within 45 days. So March would be due May 15th. We typically take about 30 days to review who all has missed reports or what reports have anomalies in them that we need rectified before we will accept them into our system. So I did not have time to check in with our production staff this morning, but my guess is that they are in the process of contacting Fulcrum now to say, where's your March reporting? If we don't get a good resolution of that in the next 15 days, you'll be seeing a warning letter go out to them. And then if we don't hear from them, you'll be seeing another NOAV for failure to report, this time issued to Fulcrum as their operator of record since now October. So rarely do coincidences happen, but this one, coincidentally, they again have a transfer that's affecting their that could be affecting their reporting. I don't know that that's true. Like I said, I did not have time to check this morning.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Larson, did you have anything further?
Oh, just to let the commission know, Mr. Boudreau, who's one of our assistant attorney generals, he is in the meeting. We've been trying to promote him to be a panelist. We're having issues for whatever reason with Zoom. So I can try to allow him to talk if there's any additional information that may be helpful to Commissioner McGowan. I'm not sure if there's anything further that you have. You're good. Okay.
I think Commissioner McGowan has indicated a thumbs up. Appreciate the perspective and the follow-up. Okay, any further issues, questions, concerns with regard to consent agenda? All right, seeing nothing further, do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved. Second.
Motion Commissioner Messner, second Commissioner Cross. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. Continuing on our somewhat lengthy agenda, we will move to docket 2208-00210, an oil and gas development plan involving the applicant Extraction Oil and Gas. And I believe we will bring to the table Ms. Fulcher and Mr. McGee as attorneys for Extraction, as well as whomever else they may desire to present. If Mr. Jason Maxey from Weld County is in the house, then we would hear from him first to get the local government perspective with regard to this OGDP. Why don't we do this? Let's say take 3 more minutes. I'm going to go freshen up my cup of coffee. That'll give it time for everybody to get set. So we'll come back at 9:16.
Mr. Chair, do you know if we have anyone from Bertha here either?
That I do not know, but if we do, let's bring them to the fore.
Thanks.
Ms. Larson, did you have something?
I was just going to say, I don't believe we do, but Ms. Amaro will correct me if, in fact, we do have someone from Bertha.
I don't believe we do.
Okay. See you in 3 minutes. All right, welcome back. Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, docket 2208-00210. Ms. Larson, did we have anybody from local governments that was going to participate with us this morning? I'm not seeing anybody.
So we do have Ms. Jennifer Peters. She is going to be speaking on behalf of Weld County.
Oh, good. Ms. Peters, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for a couple minutes about the Weld County WOGLA process regarding Extraction's Coolstra XOG21 Oil and Gas Development Plan. Jason Maxey is out of the office today, and because I was the regulatory analyst who handled this case, I will be speaking to the application specifics. The Weld comments were submitted on March 9th of 2023 and are reflected on the Form 2A. Weld County assigned case number 1041 Wogla 22-0015 for this location. On February 23rd of 2022, a pre-application meeting was held to discuss extraction or civitas site analysis and specifics on the proposed location. This meeting included extraction, the town of Meade, the town of Berthoud, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission representatives, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and additional oil and gas energy department staff. Extraction then submitted their application for a 1041 Wogla permit to OJED on July 25th of 2022. The application included an analysis of 9 alternative sites, which were reviewed and discussed in detail with OJED staff and the hearing officer. Referral requests for this case were sent out to multiple agencies on August 26th of 2022. And responses were received from Weld County Environmental Health, Weld County Planning, Weld County Public Works, the COGCC team, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and Weld County Office of Emergency Management. A response was not received from the town of Berthoud, the town of Meade, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Berthoud Fire Protection District, and Thompson R2 School District. There were no applications for intervention received. The hearing for this 1041 Wogla permit was held on October 13th of 2022. And at the conclusion of the hearing officer found the application to be complete and compliant with the Weld County Code requirements and approved the permit. The final order was recorded with the Weld County Clerk and Recorder. Reception number is 4862830. And that was on October 24th of 2022. And subsequently published in the Greeley Tribune on October 26th of 2022, which is what creates a vested property right for this permit. From a land use perspective, this is a good location. It's close to other oil and gas development, and Weld County supports approval of this permit. I will remain active on the Zoom call for the duration of this docket item, and if there are any further questions to be had, I am available to speak.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Teeters, for being here today and presenting the Wogla process for us. I did have a couple of questions as I read through the Wogla process documents that were provided in the packets. One of the things is the Wogla permit indicated that there was going to be 14 conditions of approval for the floodplain development permit, although I couldn't locate, at least in the information that I had, what those conditions of approval were and how they were incorporated into the floodplain plan.
Let me just make sure I'm not muted. Yes, so our planning department handles the floodplain development permit. They are required to get that prior to construction. I can certainly look up that permit number for reference if you need it. And it's kind of tied to the case where it's related. We can conditionally approve it and they have to continue to get additional permits. I will look that permit number up for you. Would you like for me to share the 14 conditions?
Yes, that would be helpful for me.
Okay, if I can just have one moment to pull that up. So the flood permit is FHDP 22-0031. And let me look up the permit here for. Would you like me to read the 14 or do you want me to share it on the screen?
What if we try sharing screen?
Sure, absolutely. So I have my screen active. Can you confirm that you can see it?
We're not seeing anything so far. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Absolutely. So I am sharing the floodplain permit. We can see here for the COGCC. And this is by the Planning Services Department. I certainly can read these off. There are 2-3 pages. I can share it as well if you'd like it to be attached.
Give us just a second to scroll through it on our own, and then we'll go to the next page here in another 20 seconds or so. I
Absolutely. Let me know when I can scroll.
think you could probably scroll to the next page.
Okay.
All right, there's 8 to 14. Further questions, Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Teeters, I really appreciate you providing that and letting us read it. It was referenced, and I just didn't have anything to reference it to, and so I appreciate that. I do have a couple other questions for you.
Okay.
So and this is I'm just trying to understand the WOGLA process a little better, and one of the things that was in as a permit requirement was that the operator will not flare except in upset conditions, which is slightly different than the COGCC rules around flaring. And so I guess in the WOGLA process and in your rules, you know, what is considered an upset condition, and does that allow for flaring to occur for maintenance or liquid well unloading or those type of things?
Yeah, I think we turn to more of the COGCC rules. With this, obviously, we do not like to see flaring. We know that they have to file if they do flare. Ultimately, we try to have takeaway for this and prevent it. I can't necessarily speak to not allowing that, obviously, but we kind of turn to the COGCC for when they have to file their forms when they do flare.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's the only questions that I have for you, Ms. Teeter. I appreciate your responses.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Teeters. You can stop the screen share, and as you indicated, thank you for sticking around if other questions arise during the presentation. We do have one more question now from Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Teeters, for being here today. I'm wondering if Weld County had any thoughts about the existing MDL 22 location, and if there was a preference but for Berthoud's moratorium and using that existing location.
Yeah, I am just pulling up the pre-app minutes. So again, like I stated, we did have the town of Meade and Berthoud on the line. They had spoke to a lot of the development coming with the new Boosie's gas station, I believe it is. It was spoken to alternative 4, area 4, which is the MLD location that you're speaking to, which is in the town of Berthoud. I can kind of read verbatim. So extraction would ultimately have to amend the USR, and the pad was developed before the moratorium was in place. They do plan on improving that facility and have an agreement with the town of Berthoud, but they weren't sure that they could expand on that pad. So Kurt Freese with the town of Berthoud stated that there have been a few sessions with the commission and mentioned that extraction can make upgrades to that facility, but not build a new location. Sean Casper with extraction also clarified that the plan is to pipe over the existing facility without disturbing any additional land, and they will not be enlarging the footprint. They will be removing a maintenance tank. So that was asked for an alternative, and they kind of spoke to the fact that there's the moratorium with the town of Berthoud. They do want to make some improvements on that facility as far as updating equipment to be more up to date. But unfortunately, due to the moratorium, they cannot expand on that location to develop these minerals.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Further questions for Ms. Teeters? All right, seeing none, thank you for for your presentation and for answering our questions. Thank you for sticking around. And if something comes back up, we know how to find you.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Fulcher, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a point of housekeeping. Do we want to swear in witnesses today? Might be worth it to do that before we get moving.
Yep.
All right,
Good
great.
point. Ms. AAG Mercer, and then for any witness that Ms. Fulcher has identified, please visualize yourself and unmute yourself, and we will go through the swearing of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go in the order I see you on on my screen, and all you need to do is raise your right hand, state your name, and say that you swear to tell the truth. I'll start with Mr. Annabelle.
My name is Jeff Annable, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Stearman.
My name is Kathy Stearman, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Bennett, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Schroeder.
My name is Jeff Schrader, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, and apologies for mispronouncing your name.
No worries, it happens.
Mr. Roush.
My name is Caleb Roush, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you. I am not seeing anyone else, but please speak up if I've missed you.
Ms. Mercer, we do have Sean Casper as well as a witness. Unfortunately, he does not have video capability this morning, but if we can just swear him in via audio.
Is he on the panel, Ms. Fulcher?
He is possible panelist or possible witness to answer questions. And I believe he was elevated, although I don't see him either.
Mr. Casper, if you're with us, if you could just speak up.
All right, why don't we, I don't see him. Why don't we, if he does indicate to answer a question, then we'll swear him in at that time.
That sounds great, Chair. Thank you. All right, Jeff, if you want to go ahead and begin the share screen, and then we'll get moving. Perfect, thanks. All right, well, thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. Great to see you all again this morning. Jill Fulcher here, shareholder with Beatty and Wozniak on behalf of Extraction Oil and Gas in docket 2208-00210. As usual, I'm going to provide you with a brief overview of this OGDP, and then I will kick it off to our witnesses. We do have a slightly lengthier presentation for you today. We wanted to make sure that we covered not only the ALA and some other aspects of this OGDP, but that we also fully responded to some of the suggestions and comments that were made in the director's recommendation, along with commissioner questions we received. So with that, I'll just jump into a quick highlights or some quick highlights of this OGDP. The Coolstra OGDP totals approximately 1,674 acres. That does include the drilling and spacing unit that is also being proposed. And this entire OGDP covers portions of sections 19 through 22 in Township 4 North, Range 68 West. This OGDP includes 2 oil and gas locations. As you heard from Ms. Teeters, one of those is a proposed new location being the Coolstra XOG 21 pad located in Weld County. We appreciate very much Ms. Teeters' time in joining us here today. And as she indicated, the WOGLA has been approved for the XOG 21 pad. There is also going to be utilized the existing MLD pad as the production facility as part of the Coolstra OGDP. You've heard that the MLD pad is in a constructed location currently being utilized, and it is within Berthoud. And so expanding that pad for new development is not possible right now due to the moratorium, but it will be utilized for all production facility components. You will hear today throughout the presentation that this OGDP includes locations and mitigations that will allow for mineral development of the Coolstra OGDP in a manner that avoids, minimizes, and mitigates impacts to the public, environment, and wildlife. So some of the ways that you're going to hear that is accomplished. One, these plans are sited in a manner that utilizes existing infrastructure and existing facilities. So we believe that by utilizing that MLD pad and providing some upgrades on that pad, we will further reduce potential cumulative impacts to cultural and environmental receptors. You'll also hear that informed consent was obtained from all of the owners within 2,000 feet of the pad surface on the Coolstra XOG 21 pad. And you'll hear a little bit more testimony about the RBU owner that comes just outside of that 2,000-foot mark. Some additional consultation did occur with that particular owner, again, given his proximity to these locations. That particular owner was also notified of these proceedings and given every opportunity to also comment through the WOGLA and COGCC process, and has expressed no objection to the Coolstra location. You'll further hear from Mr. Annable that extraction has worked to further mitigate potential impacts to that owner by citing all hydrocarbon containing equipment, so wells, separation equipment, even further than 2,000 feet. So he will give you those distances as well. And then some other highlights here. This OGDP does avoid disproportionately impacted communities, high occupancy building units, schools, high priority habitats. And as I mentioned earlier, extractions also further committing to electrifying both the MLD facility, so getting upgrades on that facility so that it's fully electric, and then also an adjacent existing facility that is not within the Coolstra OGDP, but just adjacent and closer to some homes. And we believe that those upgrades are significant to further reduce potential impacts to owners and also work to reduce ozone in the long term. This OGDP does comply with all substantive and procedural requirements. It's been properly noticed. There were 2 comments received on the Form 2A, both of them in support of approval of this OGDP. And finally, as I noted before, we appreciate the director's recommendation for approval and would note that it did contain a couple of recommended conditions and then some other suggestions and comments. So at the conclusion of the presentation today, the last several slides, we'll walk through each of those in turn. And we want to make sure that we are being very clear where extraction can fully commit to some of those suggestions made by staff, and then also where we can't, why extraction can't, and what we would propose in the alternative to further achieve the goals or the concerns that was expressed by staff. So we very much appreciate staff's time in reviewing this OGDP and then your time as well today in preparing for this hearing. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Mr. Annable, and he will start walking us through the presentation.
Thank you, Jill. Good morning, commissioners. You can all hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Jeff Annable, manager of well and location permitting at Civitas Resources. I'm here to present the application for the Coolstra 4N 68W West project by Extraction Oil and Gas Incorporated, a wholly owned subsidiary of Civitas Resources. During the presentation, we will cover the following topics that are listed on your screen. Before you, we have a team of experts who have been working hard to ensure that our project meets the highest standards of environmental and social responsibility. Myself and Kathy Stearman, the Director of Air Programs, will be your presenters for today. Additionally, subject matter experts listed on this screen will be available for questions after the presentation. Since I've covered the slide on previous OGDPs, I will provide a brief overview. Extraction, a wholly owned subsidiary of Civitas Resources, is an established operator that maintains all operating requirements of the COGCC and will operate the locations proposed within this OGDP. Next, I would like to give a brief overview of the proposed OGDP and associated procedural background. Before you is a list of procedural milestones achieved during the OGDP and local permit process. In the interest of time, I will hit the major ones. The OGDP pre-application notice was sent on May 18th, 2022, followed by application submittal on August 11th. After review and subsequent revisions, the OGDP was deemed complete on January 25th, 2023. After technical review, the director issued the director's recommendation on May 19th in anticipation for this hearing on May 31st. Now I'd like to cover some general facts regarding the proposed Coolstra 4N 68W West OGDP. The proposed OGDP includes 1,674 acres, which is inclusive of a 1,674 acre spacing unit and 2 locations. The Coolstra XOG 21 pad, which is a new location where the wells and separators will be located, and the existing MLD 22-A pad, where the remainder of the facility equipment is located for the new wells. These locations are adjacent to Weld County Road 7 and Highway 56 and are located in unincorporated Weld County and the town of Berthoud. Now I'd like to cover the relevant local government approval and disposition. Before I start, I would like to thank Jennifer Teeters for giving an update on the status of the 1041 WOGLA and appreciate Weld County and their collaborative and inclusive permitting process. Extraction, as she mentioned, had a pre-application meeting on February 23rd, 2022, during which no major concerns were brought forth from the parties who attended, which included COGCC staff. The 1041 WOGLA was then submitted on July 25th, 2022, and received approval at hearing on August 13th, 2022. Next, I would like to go over the alternative location analysis that was conducted prior to deciding to move forward with the Coolstra location. Before you is a map showing the 9 alternative locations that were investigated during our internal ALA review. During our thorough review of each of these alternatives, it was revealed that while some of these locations had fewer cultural and environmental receptors than the proposed Coolstra XOG 21 pad, they would require an additional pad for full development, or a full set of facilities, or double the number of wells, and some would even require an unsecured substantial build-out for oil and gas takeaway, all of which would increase the cumulative impacts associated with the proposed development area. There is one location that warrants further discussion during this presentation, which is ALA number 4, the expansion of the existing MLD 22-A pad. The MLD 22-A pad has 3 RBUs within 2,000 feet of the proposed expanded working pad surface, none of which overlap the RBU owners within 2,000 feet of the Coolstra XOG 21 pad. It was Extraction's original plan to develop the target minerals from this location, but after further discussion with the town of Berthoud, it was determined that adding wells to the existing pad would require a new USR, which was not possible as the town of Berthoud has had a moratorium on oil and gas USR since 2019, and recently extended the moratorium for another 6 months after a few weeks ago on May 9th. The extended moratorium, in combination with the lack of permit viability after the new rules were contemplated, led us to proceed forward with the Coolstra XOG 21 pad. Now, I'd like to cover the community coordination and outreach that was completed during the planning process. During the planning process, Extraction worked collaboratively with Weld County, town of Berthoud, and the surface owners to develop a plan that develops the target mineral area, minimizes agricultural and environmental impacts, minimizes cumulative impacts, and was acceptable to all parties. As a part of both the 1041 WOGLA and COGCC OGDP process, multiple notices and opportunities to comment were provided to adjacent landowners, all of which didn't yield any applications for intervention, negative public comment, or any objections to the proposal. It is important to note that as a result of Extraction's thorough and transparent stakeholder engagement, we were able to obtain informed consents from all RBUs within 2,000 feet of the proposed working pad surface. Now, I'd like to further discuss engagement with the RBU owner that is adjacent to the proposed access road. As a result of the 1041 WOGLA notice, Extraction consulted with the RBU owner, during which he expressed concerns about traffic safety at the intersection of Highway 56 and County Road 7, as well as the possibility of a temporary access road for pre-production operations. As discussed in subsequent slides, Extraction determined other access options were not viable. But as a result of this consultation and discussion with staff during technical review, Extraction committed to the following BMP. Operator will minimize truck traffic during peak traffic hours. Additionally, operator will work with the RBU owner on the southwest corner of CR7 and Highway 56 if truck traffic associated with the project becomes a nuisance. Mitigation measures include those intended to minimize sound will be deployed if warranted. On this slide, I would like to provide a visual showing the many points of contact with the RV owner that is adjacent to the access road, as well as provide additional distances from proposed operations to the residential building unit owner. The home is 2,002 feet from the proposed working pad surface, 2,058 feet from the nearest piece of permanent production equipment, which is a separator, 2,196 feet from the nearest proposed well, and the access road itself that is on feeds the pad is approximately 455 feet from his home. With all that said, I would now like to briefly cover the anticipated phases of development. If approved, extraction anticipates the following timing for the development of this OGDP. Construction is slated to begin in January of 2024, followed by drilling and completion operations, and ultimately culminating in flowback and production operations in June of 2024. Once the wells have finished flowback, we anticipate starting interim reclamations operations in July. Now, I'd like to cover cumulative impact mitigation and best management practices that are proposed as a part of this OGDP. The Coolstra XOG 21 pad was sited in a way that minimizes impact to agricultural operation, maximizes distances to the RBUs within 2,000 feet of the proposed location, avoids high priority habitats, and can utilize the existing facilities and oil and gas takeaway that is located on the MLD 22-A pad. In addition to the siting benefits, extraction will use industry best BMPs such as quiet completions fleet, 32-foot sound walls, and utility powered permanent production equipment on the MLD 22-A pad, which should minimize potential noise impacts from the proposed operations. During pre-production operations, extraction will maintain an open line of communication with our neighbors and adjust obtrusive lights as needed and will not utilize permanent production lighting during the production phase. In an effort to reduce impacts to public infrastructure, a temporary lay flat water line will be used to bring fresh water to the location for completion operations, and an oil pipeline that is already in place at the MLD 22-A pad will be utilized to transport oil to market. Operator will work with the town of Berthoud and Weld County to upgrade the proposed access and maintain Weld County Road 7 during operations. Facilities will be designed with secondary containment via steel wall construction and seamless spray-on liners to reduce impacts in the unlikely event there is a release. And since security is of the utmost importance to extraction, we will have regular site monitoring with automated remote controls and shutdown capacity. The Coolstra XOG 21 pad design eliminates flaring, venting, or fugitive emissions by piping all production streams to the MLD 22-A pad. The MLD 22-A pad, an existing facility, will also undergo a major upgrade to reduce its emissions. The upgrade will include installing instrument air to replace natural gas pneumatic devices and adding a maintenance vessel to capture gas that would otherwise be released to the atmosphere. These measures will result in a significant reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants from both pads. The MLD 22-A pad will utilize utility-powered electric production equipment, eliminating emissions that would normally originate from internal combustion engines. We believe that these measures will demonstrate our commitment to responsible and sustainable development. Next, I would like to go over the beneficial impacts for the Coolstra 4N68W West OGDP. As a part of this development, we anticipated plugging 2 vertical wells, one that was spud in 1983 and was plugged shortly after the submittal of this OGDP, and another one that was spud in 2009 and will be plugged within 6 months of first production, subject to high priority habitat requirements and ag operations. Both of these wells are located within the proposed development area. These P&A operations will include removing 1 oil tank and 1 water tank and will result in approximately 0.65 acres being reclaimed. Now, I would like to take some time to go through some of the information contained within the director's recommendation and provide additional detail and explanations. Extraction would like to thank COGCC staff for the thorough evaluation of the Coolstra 4N68W West OGDP and Director Murphy's subsequent recommendation for conditional approval that was issued on May 19th. Extraction has taken the time to review the comments and suggestions contained within the recommendation and would like to provide some additional consideration, clarification, and context. On page 5, staff mentioned there were some inconsistencies on a Form 4 sundry form to change the facilities at the MLD 22-A pad with what we are proposing in this OGDP. The sundry was submitted for our retrofit emission reduction program that is being implemented basin-wide. But rest assured, we will work with staff to either submit an additional sundry or revise the original sundry. On page 7, staff proposes a condition of approval requesting an as-built be performed and submitted, confirming we are indeed 2,002 feet from the RBU owner to the northeast. Extraction agrees to the COA as written in the director's recommendation. Now, I would like to pass this over to Kathy Stearman, our Director of Air Programs, to discuss some of the comments regarding air and odor impacts.
Thanks, Jeff. The director's recommendation urged Extraction to consider alternatives to a straight Tier 2 engine for powering the drilling rig, since line power will not be available at Coolstra. Therefore, Extraction is actively pursuing alternative options that reduce drilling NOx emissions. So we're going to do something. Extraction is willing to commit to a BMP that will reduce NOx during the drilling phase, but requests that the BMPs remain in the form of a menu. In addition to a menu to mitigate NOx drilling emissions, we are also committing to the electrification of the 2 existing facilities near Coolstra, which means we'll be removing natural gas powered engines and generators. So the next 2 slides cover this in a little bit more detail. Next slide, Jeff. There are 3 NOx reduction strategies that are within reach for drilling Coolstra, and at least one of these will be in place in response to the director's recommendation. We know we are required to reduce NOx by 30% by 2025 and by 50% by 2030 for the upstream industry. Our drilling experts are exploring the options that are available to Civitas and have asked that we maintain some flexibility in our choices as they work through the contracts. The reduction measures we employ must be provable, calculatable, and meet other compliance reduction requirements that may and probably will be imposed by the state later this year. Next slide. We also mentioned that we will be eliminating long-term NOx in the area by bringing utility power to 2 local pads, allowing us to electrify gas lift compressors and eliminate the need for generators. We have firm commitments from the utility for this action, so it's a known BMP that we can execute. In a commissioner question, we were asked to provide some of these comparisons in a table, and this heat map is an attempt to show that. On the left, you see a heat map that represents the 108 tons of NOx for the drilling period, which is approximately 112 days. On the right, you see 2 hotter heat maps that reflect the 165 tons of NOx from the MLD pad on the upper right, and 209 tons of NOx at the HFE pad, the bottom or the top, have those backwards. Hence, the heat maps show a hotter reduction than the drilling. So if you have further questions on this, happy to take them, but the sum of the reductions equate to a little over about 12 tons per year once that conversion is complete at the existing pads, and in aggregate over 380 tons of NOx for the life of those 2 pads. I want to point out that it's not an exact like-kind reduction on the timing scale. The drilling emissions are shorter and faster, and they pack a higher punch than the facility conversion emissions. But ozone attainment is a long game, and removing compression has many long-term benefits. Next slide. As part of the MLD reconstruction, we will be removing an atmospheric tank and replacing it with a pressurized vessel. This keeps the maintenance emissions inside a closed loop pressurized system, and it's a significant reduction in VOC emissions. Slide. Extraction commits to using a drilling mud chiller to tamp the volatilization of odor-causing aromatics that may exist in the drilling mud. Slide. And lastly, we wanted to respond to some of the director recommendations for ozone mitigation and put a little bit more description behind our thought process for the staff and for the commission. Extraction agrees to the BMP that directs the company to secure and use low VOC consumer products, as this has been recently regulated in Colorado through Regulation 21. Extraction also agrees to remove the words "as reasonably practicable" from the language tied to vehicle and engine idling and reducing truck traffic. We still want to maintain the "as reasonably practicable" language for ancillary equipment, refueling, and construction. We live and work in the world of compliance, and we do not see a guaranteed path to compliance if a need arises to continue a significant process like moving through stages, zones, or schedules. We see drilling and completions being hydraulic fracturing and mill out, as the primary activities, and would call everything else ancillary, which by definition is an activity that provides the necessary support to the primary activities I just listed. So ancillary to us may include things like a wireline truck, a material mixer, a skid steer that moves pipe, the heating and air conditioning of the workspaces, the natural gas refueling trucks, the enclosed combustion devices that are on site for safety that have pilots. So using that mixer as an example, you have to mix the ingredients prior to pumping them. And if you were in the step of stages, for example, you have to keep that product feeding into the pumps. So this is kind of one example of why our company would be reluctant to give a carte blanche commitment to suspend or delay ancillary equipment. We're also unable to commit to postponing construction, as sometimes that's driven by our environmental goals. Pad preparation, compaction, drainage, sometimes even pad beautification like landscaping, sound walls, mud guards, mud sweeping. In many cases, those are mandated per pad. We have schedules that must be met for those activities through every stage of the well pad. And to cease those activities would lead to a degradation potentially in the final product, or obviously some scheduling issues. Slide. Even with the early cooperative wet weather we've experienced this year, we've already responded to 2 ozone alerts in May. One practice that we have firmly employed is rescheduling FEPATCH and PRV maintenance on days where ozone is forecast to form. The company has also just announced that Mondays and Fridays will be work remote days for employees who can perform their job function without commuting. This employee trip reduction policy will be in place from Memorial Day through Labor Day. This concludes the direct presentation on air, and I wanted to try to address some commissioner questions that may have crossed paths between when we were sending in our slides. The first questions were related to the impacts and changes to the existing MLD 22 pad, related specifically to the truck trips, and how are we going to accommodate a little bit of the extra water and oil. Recognizing that you hadn't seen some of these slides yet, Commission, we were hoping that some of those answered and got at some of those questions. But specifically, to answer the question about truck traffic, we do expect an increase in the haulage of produced water during the initial phase. The bulk of that will be during the first 2 months. It's anticipated that truck traffic originating from the MLD pad will peak at approximately 17 trips per day and decrease to 4 truck trips per day after 6 months of production. As noted, the oil will be piped and won't affect truck traffic. The next question was related to the cumulative impacts plan, where we noticed that there's a 0 in one of the CO2 emissions slots for process heaters and boilers. And thank you for calling that out, Commissioner. That number is the result of a failed entry into an Excel spreadsheet cell. We are willing to correct that in any way that you see fit. We can update it through the formal portal or share that with the commission. But I think the way that we are going to make that correction, commissioners, is that we are going to zero that line out. That is process heaters and boilers. We don't use them in Colorado, and in the spirit of the recent stakeholdering that has really directed industry to more of an accurate prediction in the Form 2B, as opposed to more of a overly conservative predictive process in the Form 2B, What we know about process heaters is they're really for very, very cold temperatures. So if you are working in sub-zero, -40, you have to prevent your diesel from gelling. So these are units that we don't use here in Colorado. So the update to that form would be to zero it out and probably resubmit it with zeros on that line item. The final question from a commissioner was regarding the attachment that I know you guys have seen many times on the cumulative impact plan from CTEH. We're being asked why this continues to be relevant. So we want to try to help answer that in today's context. There was a large push by industry to engage scientists to help all stakeholders understand the impacts of our development phases at the fence line and within the communities surrounding the wellheads. This work may have been done in 2019, but it's probably more relevant now than it even was back then because of the focus on cumulative impacts in public health. We've been advised by toxicologists that measuring the air is measuring cumulative impacts, which is a step, in my opinion, above calculating cumulative impacts on paper. You guys know Reg 7 is focused on impacts at the fence line, and that's very practical and makes a lot of sense for an early alert system. But there have been less data shared broadly about how those emissions affect neighboring communities. The study was performed by the most important tool that we can use, which is people. People who are disciplined in the sciences, walk the streets, they paid attention to smells and wind direction and logged data on a factual information basis to ensure that we were sampling the right things. It's relevant to this development because we have drilling mud with entrained gas, we have hydraulic fracturing fleets, we have produced oil, and it is apples to apples when you get down to what we measure. And we attach it so the commission has one more resource to review when making cumulative impact determinations. The study concludes, and I hope this helps get to the commissioner's question. The study does conclude that drilling, hydraulic fracturing, and mill out and flowback did not result in local air quality changes in the surrounding communities. And thank you for allowing me those few moments to try to answer some commissioner questions. And that's concluding my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Kathy. I would now like to talk about some of the access road concerns brought up in the director's recommendation. We investigated 2 alternative access locations for the proposed development. One of the alternatives is to access off of Highway 56, which is a through street with no stop sign adjacent to the proposed access and a speed limit of 65 miles an hour. It is these reasons that we feel an access off of Highway 56 would increase the risk of traffic-related incidents. Additionally, we don't believe CDOT would allow an additional access. And if we used the existing access that is currently off of Highway 56, the potential for impacts would be shifted, as there would be 2 RVUs within 500 feet of the proposed access, one of which is the surface owner, who has mentioned in previous slide would not be amenable to the proposal. The other alternative was to use the existing access owned by the RVU owner to the south. Even if the surface owner and adjacent RVU owner were amenable to this proposal, extraction determined this option will come with greater impacts than what is currently proposed. This alternative would be located entirely within a floodplain and adjacent to a riparian corridor, which increases the risk of impact to these environmental receptors. Additionally, there is an RVU owner outside of the 2,000-foot buffer that would be less than 100 feet from the mouth of that existing access that would be utilized. Extraction is confident that additional noise mitigation measures that can be deployed if needed in combination with the existing natural protections depicted on the following slide will mitigate potential impacts to the RVU owner adjacent to the proposed access road. Before you is a view looking west from County Road 7 down our proposed access. As you can see, there are trees and berms that line the parts of the access road that are closest to the RV owner. It's these in combination with, the inventory of using additional noise mitigation measures that we believe can mitigate any potential impacts that may be experienced by the RV owner to the north of this proposed access. Next, I would like to cover some concerns that staff had regarding the potential for contamination to reach the Little Thompson River and information found within the flood shut-in plan. Extraction had our civil consultant, a professional engineer in the state of Colorado, do an analysis of what size stormwater event would need to occur for water to overtop the discharge point in our detention pond, as well as the length of the contamination pathway to the Little Thompson River from that discharge point. That study found that a 12-year storm event would need to occur for water to start discharging from the pond into natural drainage channels. And the contamination pathway that you will see on the next slide traverses approximately 3,720 feet prior to entering the Little Thompson River. Extraction is confident that these designed stormwater controls and BMPs found within the flood shut-in plan, combined with the unlikelihood of a release occurring during a flood or a 12-year storm event, presents little to no risk of contamination of the Little Thompson River. Next, I would like to address staff's concern with some of our BMP language found within the flood shut-in plan. Due to a misinterpretation of staff's comments, an acceptable BMP was not added to the revised flood shut-in plan. Extraction would like to rectify that with the following. Extraction commits to installing and use of SCADA and remote shut-in systems at the Coolstra XOG 21 pad location. This graphic is meant to show the actual contamination pathway based on the topography of the land. As you see, the contamination, instead of going directly south, in fact, would flow to the northeast to the County Road 7 ditch and then flow south down into the Little Thompson River. Finally, I'd like to pass this back over to Jill to close out our presentation.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you very much, commissioners, for your time this morning. And again, thank you very much to staff, to Ms. Trask and her team for all of the work that they did in reviewing this OGDP, leading us up to the hearing today. You've heard from us at length here today on why and how the Coolstra OGDP avoids, minimizes, and mitigates potential impacts to the public environment and wildlife. As a quick recap, among those measures is utilizing an existing facility and infrastructure in development of this particular OGDP, and then upgrading the MLD facility to be powered electrically, along with that HFE facility. And you saw that's outside of the Coolstra OGDP, but you may have noted in Ms. Stearman's heat map, it's a lot closer to some homes. So those measures working together to further minimize impacts to our neighbors and folks around us. Also, the use of 32-foot high sound walls around the entire location and a quiet completions fleet. You also heard the Group 2 drilling mud will be used, and Extraction is committing to using those mud chillers as was requested by staff. Further, we are suggesting or proposing commitment to the Tier 2 rig, but we're calling it Tier 2 plus in terms of the best management practice that Ms. Stearman went through. And that would be the menu of options that Extraction will commit to using at least one of those, which will take that Tier 2 rig and mitigate it further down to Tier 4 type standards when it comes to emissions. Finally, you heard that Extraction is committing to that SCADA and remote shut-in system. And again, from Mr. Annabella, there was a bit of maybe misunderstanding on Extraction's part with it, what exactly staff was wanting to see changed in that flood shut-in plan, but we're clear now. We want to make that commitment firm. And then finally, removing some of that reasonably practicable language where we can on CDPHEs, BMPs. So with that, we again appreciate your time. We'd ask that you approve the Coolstra OGDP following deliberations today. That is going to wrap it up for us with respect to the presentation. So Mr. Annabelle, I think you can probably take up the share screen. I know that way we can see each other, and we're here for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of information presented. I know we're probably going to have some healthy questions. Before we do that, let's take a morning break. Let's say 10 minutes and let's return at 10:20. Folks are coming back. Give everybody a chance to get back. Ms. Larson, if you could elevate our permitting manager, Trask, Ms. Trask. Good morning. I didn't know, but just wanted to give the director and staff an opportunity to respond. There was some sort of new things, new commitments, explanations from the applicant. And so before we jumped into commissioner questions, just wanted to give you the chance, Ms. Trask, if you wanted to weigh in on anything.
Yes, Chair Robbins, thank you. I'm Sabrina Trask, the Planning and Permitting Manager at COGCC. We do have a couple questions in particular about the revised flood or flow contamination pathway. A new map that was provided today at the hearing was given to staff late yesterday. We're a little bit concerned, or I guess our first question is, does this new revised map fit with the Weld County flood permit information? We've pulled the flood information from Weld County, and some of the documents we've found there indicate that the flow is generally from north to south, not across the field to the east as depicted in the map today. This also is in conflict with the information the applicant provided in their stormwater plan, which included information from their third-party consultant. And I'm just going to read a little bit on page 30 of the stormwater plan. Sorry, I'm trying to move my windows here. The description of the receiving waters, should there be contamination on the site, it says the flow continues southeasterly and ultimately discharging into the Little Thompson River. So a southeasterly flow does not align with the most recent map. And so our questions, I guess, for the applicant would be first to confirm or have Weld County confirm that the new map that has been introduced is in alignment with any Weld County code, flood permit, floodplain code, that sort of thing. And also asking, I guess, clarification or confirmation that we should be getting a new stormwater plan attached to the Form 2A that clarifies that the contamination pathway is not to the southeast as it is currently described. I might start with that.
Ms. Fulcher, who would, from your panel, be responsive here?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to suggest that either Mr. Annabelle or Mr. Bennett start off here, and Jeff, maybe if you want to kick it off with respect to Sabrina's questions about whether or not this this map that we presented is in line with Weld County's permitting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jill, and thank you, Sabrina, for the question and understand your concern. The engineer that developed that stormwater plan is the same engineer that developed this contamination pathway exhibit. So I believe that the reference to the southeast flow within the stormwater plan is inaccurate. And we are more than willing to have our third-party consultant revise that plan and submit to you guys to show that that path indeed goes to the northeast. As you'll see, if you look at the floodplain, the flood and the floodplain, as along with the Little Thompson River, generally flows to the northeast, and that's, I think, consistent for the floodplain layers out on Weld County's map. So we will confirm with Weld County that they agree with our interpretation. But this is more factoring in non-flood conditions as well. But I'll hand with that. I'll hand it over to Nathan for any additional insight into that.
Thank you, Mr. Annabelle. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Ms. Trask. Just to further the point that Jeff made, upon our final analysis, we will certainly provide any and all updated information to not only commission staff, but also Weld County. That would include any modifications to the previously issued floodplain permit that Weld County has that was referenced, in our proceedings earlier this morning.
Any further follow-up, Ms. Trask?
Not on the floodplain issue. I appreciate Extraction's willingness to provide us updated information that we are happy to switch out on the Form 2A, and also that confirmation from Weld County as well. If I may pivot to a slightly different topic.
Please do.
Ms. Fulcher this morning mentioned that the MLD pad, which is just to the east from the proposed Coolstra location, is not subject to the OGDP, not part of the OGDP. The Form 2B that the applicant has submitted with their application does include the MLD pad. I recognize that when the application was initially submitted, staff was requesting any additional related remote locations, such as the MLD pad, would be included on the Form 2B and thus included in the OGDP. The rub, I think, now comes up that if the MLD pad is not part of this OGDP, then it should not be included on the Form 2B. That would potentially skew our cumulative impacts reporting in the annual report. And so we would just ask Extraction to clarify, again, if the MLD pad is part of the OGDP, then it should remain on the Form 2B, and we will be asking for some corrected information, particularly related to pre-production emissions. If the MLD pad is to be excluded from this OGDP, then we would ask that the Form 2B, I'm not sure if we can return it to draft right now because it's in process, but either make corrections to remove the MLD pad from the Form 2B or submit a replacement Form 2B, and we can withdraw the current one. So just asking for some clarification on that from the applicant.
Ms. Fulcher.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Trask. If I sincerely apologize if I misstated in any of my remarks, either opening and closing, that the MLD was not part of this OGDP. That is, if I did state that, that was inaccurate. It absolutely is part of this OGDP. What I was intending to highlight is that the MLD pad does not require the Form 2A. The only Form 2A that's being presented is the XOG21. So that was the extent, to the extent that I misspoke. I think that was the clarification that needed to be made. So I appreciate you allowing me to make that on the record, and apologies if all of a sudden staff's thinking, oh my gosh, the entire 2B's got to be changed. It does not. Everything is as you see it, I think, Ms. Trask.
I appreciate that clarification. If I misheard you, then I apologize as well. We're happy to work with you to make any minor corrections. I think Commissioner McGowan had some questions about some potential information. And I think Ms. Stearman also mentioned that there would need to be some minor corrections to the Form 2B. Staff is happy to work with the applicant to make those corrections.
Thank you, Ms. Trask. And I don't think you misheard anything because my notes reflect that it was not to be part of the 2B as well. So somehow or another, there was a misconnect there. But the record has now been corrected and the MLD pad is part of the Form 2B. Okay, anything further, Ms. Trask? Thank you for being here and paying attention and providing this comments.
I have no further questions or comments, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions that might come up.
Okay, well, why don't you stick around, and if questions come up, we can direct them your way as well. So at this time, I think we are at that place where commissioners can ask questions. Just off the bat, when I think it was Mr. Annable spoke about the 2002 foot RBU, and you talked a lot about the additional discussions and you created some additional COAs. Did the 2002 foot RBU agree that all that was sufficient and that he was sufficiently protected? You didn't really comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbins, for that question. Since that COA BMP was drafted during technical review, it was not communicated to the RBU owner, but we are confident that that BMP will mitigate a majority of the nuisance impacts that may be experienced by that residential building and owner. and are more than happy to continue communicating with him throughout the development.
That, okay, in the future, you can probably anticipate commissioners are going to ask that question. And so even if that is developed sort of late in the day, going back and proffering that up to the RBU owner probably makes a lot of sense. The language around that COA is, I think as Commissioner Messner would probably say, is somewhat squishy. If, truck traffic will be minimized if warranted and things of that sort. Who's making those calls about minimization or whether it's warranted or not? Does the RBU owner get a chance to provide some perspective, or is that just at the whim of Civitas or Extraction? If you could follow up on that, that would be helpful.
Sure. Thank you for that additional comment, and we will be sure to communicate that to the RBU owner on future submittals prior to hearing. So that is, we're going to make that firm commitment that, between those hours listed on that BMP COA, we are going to reduce truck traffic coming to and from that location. And that is primarily to, prevent any traffic related incidents that may occur in that intersection of Highway 56 and County Road 7. But with the I think you're more probably referring to the squishy language and the noise mitigation measures that may be implemented if warranted. We're going to continue and keep an open line of communication with the RBU owner at 2002 feet. And if he's, experiencing issues from our development and the truck traffic, we'll come up with solutions, including a sound wall, hay bales, that may further buffer noise and light that may be originating from that truck traffic.
So I think it would just be helpful for us to allow that COA to be beefed up a little bit so that there is this agreed upon commitment to working with the 2002 foot operator. So, and I don't know how you want to do that, Ms. Vulture, but it's not out of hand. I mean, you're trying to address that person. So if you wanted to, if warranted, after checking in with the 2002 foot RBU owner occasionally or something like that, I think that could make that that commitment a little more worthy. Next, I believe from the presentation and the materials that we've received a commitment that the MLD and the HFE 22-P are going to be electrified. Did I hear that correctly?
Great question, Commissioner Robbins or Chair Robbins. Yes, we are firmly committing that we will electrify both the HFE as well as the MLD location.
Okay, and so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the emission reductions that result from that, as Ms. Stearman spoke to, and that's above and beyond perhaps requirements because, well, at least the HFE is not part of this application. But my question, so I wanted, number one, appreciate that. And then the follow-up question is, that's really close to the Colstra. And so why is it that Colstra cannot be electrified?
Good morning, Chair Robbins, Nathan Bennett. Thank you for the question. The most simple explanation to describe why there are limitations with attempting to electrify drilling operations at the Colstra pad has to do with the available capacity of the local electrical grid right there. The best analogy I can use is the drilling rig uses 3 times the electricity that those two facilities combined are anticipated to use. And so using round numbers, let's say those combined facilities will use, and again, this is just an analogy, 100 kilowatts. That drilling rig may use 300 kilowatts or more during peak load. And so there's just not the capacity, again, at that location to support drilling operations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. I assumed it was something along those lines. I appreciate that clarification. I think I'll give my fellow commissioners opportunities to further advance Q&A at this point. Does someone want to raise their hand to go next? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation and clarifying some questions that I had. Okay, so I'm wondering why you can't commit to just using group 3 drilling mud instead of group 2 for both purposes of odor reduction and hydrocarbon emissions. My understanding is that the chiller has a set of implications on its own from a noise perspective, and it's also has an engine that's emitting. And so it just seems to me that the group 3 drilling mud would be a more elegant way to move forward if we're going to try to avoid and minimize.
Looking to see Mr. Annable.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner McGowan. I'm actually going to pass this question over to Mr. Bennett to answer, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Mr. Annabelle, and good morning, Commissioner McGowan. Appreciate the question. There are a number of considerations that went into our decision or desire, if you will, to use Group 2 mud at this location. Some of those considerations include the availability of Group 3 mud relative to the availability of Group 2 mud. We also believe, to your point, that the use of a mud chiller in some instances such as this, may be a better practice than Group 3 mud. We feel we can maintain efficiencies with the mud chiller and the use of Group 2 mud that may not exist in terms of reconditioning, repurposing Group 3 mud during operations.
Okay. Second question. I'm trying to understand if I'm understanding correctly. If we implement an emissions tier 2 plus, what is the difference between then a tier 2 plus and a tier 4 engine from an emissions perspective?
I will try to answer that for you, Commissioner. The answer is going to be, we're going to have to look to the manufacturer to give us those emission factors for the unit that we will be using. In my experience, when we bring in a dual fuel blend, and we have experience on the frac side, more than we have experience on the drilling side, but we have looked to the manufacturer for emission factors that are associated with that. I think we've all heard testimony from other operators that imply there will be reductions on the scale of a tier 4 engine when you supplement it with dual fuel, and the process is you're just basically displacing the diesel that you burn, which is, what we calculate that off. So that's probably as accurate as I can get with that right now, Commissioner. Should we use that element of the menu? It is not impossible to say that we would use 2 elements from that menu. It's all kind of being explored right now through the experts to try to figure out what we can secure. Hope that helps.
I guess so. I think this is a non-attainment area and you are close to people, and pre-production is when we see the highest amount of emissions. And so I'm struggling with our avoid, minimize, mitigate. How long would it take you? I mean, to me, it sounds like this is a timing issue and your ability to access tier 4 engines. How long would it take you to access tier 4 engines? How long would this put your schedule behind?
I'll ask my peers to supplement this answer if there's other information. If I understand correctly, Commissioner, we have to build a tier 4 engine. So to bring that into our network, we would be building it from earth, fire, air, and water. And I think that is a longer effort that would be put into place by the company, and also the burdens paid for by the company. To secure the dual fuel element, if I understand correctly, based on some of the information that our teams are gathering in recent investigations, that's going to be an easier acquisition for us to bring into our contracted drilling portfolio. I do support the recent emissions calculations by peers that would indicate that a dual fuel engine is on par with a tier 4.
Okay, so related to the options for tier 2+, can you commit to dual fuel? I know you want this menu, but the menu makes me nervous that you're going to pick the lowest hanging fruit and not the most reductive strategy as far as emissions is concerned.
Yeah, Commissioner, that's a fair question, and I support your concern. So in 2030, we are going to be on the hook to make reductions on NOx, if this is the specific pollutant we're talking about, as directed by the governor. So we're looking at a 2017 baseline. Our reductions have to be enforceable, they have to be calculatable, and they have to have defensible measures behind them. You noticed in our menu, we had a fill additive. I want to explore it. I think it's something that could be more broadly used. I don't want to discount it, but we won't use it if we cannot prove the reductions. That's going to be incredibly important to not just Civitas, but the whole state as we move forward with these NOx reductions. It's also going to be a regulated entity probably in the fall. So I don't know if that alleviates your concerns. I know you're looking for a different kind of an answer on commitments. I'll ask my peers to see if they want to add anything further about that specific question.
No, certainly, Ms. Stearman and Commissioner McGowan, appreciate the question. As we've heard from this commission before, it's our interpretation that you want to know what we can commit to, not what we might commit to. And so having that menu or that series of options that we know are available and all are deployable with the appropriate amount of lead time affords us the opportunity to reduce that emissions profile with whatever technology we believe will get us there. And so committing to X, not knowing that we can actually obtain X today, is, I think, doing a disservice to these proceedings. And so, again, to reiterate, that the reason we have a menu that we would like to be able to choose from is because we know we can do one of those three. We're just not certain as to which one of those three is going to be most appropriate for the application that we're talking about today.
So then how do I know as a commissioner that you're going to implement the strategy that is most reductive for emissions? Are you going to like provide staff with the three options and the emissions reductions that you model and see in your factoring, and then say, I'm choosing this one because it's the most reductive and it's the closest to a tier 4 engine, for example?
Yeah, that's a good point. What we hope the commission can look at is the holistic portion of the picture. One of the things that we know we're going to have to do as we make reductions in Colorado for NOx, for drilling, for pre-production, is that there has to be choices, because each and every operator is going to have a unique reduction to bring to the picture. And ultimately, overall, we will all bring those technologies forward to make reductions as an industry. It's happening right now in the midstream steering committee, where there were not prescriptive, you must do this for each and every midstream entity, and we're watching as that process works. But in order to make that process work, we had to bring forward plans, and each individual company is going to have a different plan. I think the other thing that we really need to discuss is that there are known reduction commitments is associated with this development project. So the HFE and the MLD, the electrification, albeit a long-term process, takes you through 30 years of ozone seasons by reducing and eliminating natural gas compression. The COGCC is set right now on the drilling schedule is outside of the ozone season. So we're hoping that the commission can kind of look at this as a holistic view.
Okay, thank you. So to the Form 2B and I keep wanting to call it MDL, I apologize, the MLD. I think that we're maybe missing some pre-production impacts in the cumulative impacts information, because I think you will have to be connecting pipeline to that site. You will be replacing one tank with a different kind of tank. There will be trucks going back and forth, construction equipment to make all those things happen. Do you have some thoughts about that?
Yeah, maybe I'll let my colleague Jeff drill on the actual truck implications and how that related into the MLD and the HFE, or the MLD, not the MDL. Minimum detection limit. Our cumulative impacts did include all of that as a holistic submission. So in other words, we have the emissions from the MLD for production as part of our submission. You're transitioning now to me to a different pollutant. So if you're looking at a construction pollutant, you would be talking about PM10. I know that that is part of the cumulative impacts, but I don't know if I was prepared to shift quite to a PM10 conversation, but you're asking about for construction emissions, correct?
Yeah, so it's my job to keep you on your toes. So I feel like there will be pre-production activity at the MLD pad along with what's happening at Colstra, because I'm guessing these things have to kind of happen together in order for to have it all work by the time Colstra is producing. But maybe I'm not understanding.
No, you are, and I see Nate come on. Let me just put into context kind of what I see happening. I think what we're doing at the MLD is we're taking away. So what I would see in that case would be light duty vehicles that may come out and do a reconnection on the compression swap out, which is something that we'd want to do in alignment with the production of the Colstra. We also, to remove tanks, would just kind of mean taking a couple of tanks out with the forklift. So the tank of the emissions for maintenance, it is basically a connection to the piping. But I don't see it being a long-term effort. Nate, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
No, thank you, Ms. Stearman, and again, appreciate the question, Commissioner McGowan. As has been stated, right, a majority of the infrastructure necessary to move production from MLD to markets downstream has already been installed. Other than some of the site reconfiguration that Mr. Annable and Ms. Stearman referenced in their testimony, a majority of what I'll consider major construction associated with constructing a facility has been completed. Some of the equipment swaps that, again, may be necessary at MLD to service the new wells are typically associated with ongoing and routine maintenance. Anytime we improve our existing facilities, similar activities do occur. That said, if, for example, Colstra were to be serviced, would have its own facility and would be serviced by new pipelines, we believe that the impacts associated with creating a larger facility or a brand new facility for Colstra specifically are much greater than what we're going to experience at MLD to the east.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question for now, I'm wondering if you all had any thoughts or considered at all waiting until Berthoud was done with its moratorium or approaching about a variance from the moratorium to use the existing MLD location, which seems the most avoidance, minimize, and mitigating kind of strategy.
Thank you, Commissioner McGowan. Yes, we did have thought about, waiting till Berthoud finish their regulations and then seeing where we're at. The uncertainty is we don't know when they're going to finally, draft regulations. And with that said, we don't know what the regulations are going to be. The latest I heard through, listening to some of their deliberations is they're looking at mirroring municipalities such as Boulder County, Larimer County, which in, viewing those regulations, we would not be allowed to expand MLD under their new regulations to add those additional wells. So with the uncertainty of, we don't know, when they're going to do, those regulations will be drafted, as well as we don't know what they're going to be. We went with the next best option, which was still utilizing MLD. We worked with Berthoud to allow us to submit an as-built, with those upgrades and the pipelines over. But we felt like that had much clearer path forward without waiting indefinitely for Bertha to come up with their regulations.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes for the questions that I sent, and I just want to make sure I understand the answers to stuff that you put forth. Sorry. I'm good for now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I've got a new microphone. Other commissioners with questions for the panel? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I do appreciate that. I think a lot of the questions have been addressed in some of the, we'll call them the later concessions and agreements to BMPs here. I did want to try and follow up on a few things that have already been asked. For one, the chair was asking about this conversation with the RBU owner that's 2,002 feet away. And as you were talking about some of the communications, it was mentioned that they were provided notice with the WOGLAs and no protests were filed or anything else like that. And I think all it mentioned that is there was a phone call. Can you provide a little bit more detail on what happened with this phone call, what was discussed, what was said, additional concerns, anything else you might be working on with that landowner?
Commissioner Cross, thank you for the question. It'd be best served by Sean Casper, our landman, but last I saw, he's still having technical issues and hasn't been sworn in. I'd like to see if it's okay with the commission, if he has resolved those issues and he can indeed speak.
Ms. Larson, any thoughts here?
Let me check. We're not seeing him, but we will find him and see if we can get him.
I was gonna say, I do see an S. Casper as an attendee, but.
Ms. Fulcher?
Chair, Mr. Casper is having trouble with his video, but I think he's been elevated to panelist. So if AAG Mercer wants to swear him in, this was our one witness. This was having trouble at the beginning, and then he can take that question.
AAG Mercer?
Sure, Mr. Casper, although we can't see you, I would still ask that you raise your right hand, state your name, and that you swear to tell the truth. If you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
I'm not seeing him on the panel.
AAG Mercer, this is Nathan Bennett. Mr. Casper indicated that his system is, quote, currently buffering, so it sounds like he's still experiencing technical difficulties with the platform.
So one method of trying to resolve that is to have him leave the meeting and then return. And sometimes when you return, your computer acts more appropriately. So why don't we give that a shot? Mr. Cross, do you want to just hang on that question? Do you have other questions for the panel? And then we'll try to get that answered.
I do have other questions, and so I'm fine with him kind of jumping in if and when he's able to get that resolved. So the next thing I want to talk about is based off of one of the questions that Commissioner McGowan was asking about, and that was kind of the group 2 group versus group 3 MUDs. And Mr. Bennett, I believe one of the things you said is that a group 2 MUD here is going to be more beneficial with a chiller as opposed to reconditioning the group 3 MUD. Could you go into a little bit more detail on that? Because I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of why you're proposing the group 2, because using the chiller for an odor purposes, as Commissioner McGowan said, does involve yet another engine on the pre-production pad and additional emissions coming from that use of the chiller.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. Appreciate the question, and I will do my best to answer it to the best of my knowledge. And so it's my understanding that the chemical makeup or the physical makeup of group 2 and group 3 MUDs are such that prior to during the recirculation process of the group 3 MUD, prior to introducing that mud to the wellbore and using it during drilling activities, you have to condition the mud for some time to make sure that you're able to maintain the various properties you need for the downhole environment in which you are drilling. That is that over time, some of those synthetics that are used as part of that group 3 mud do break down. And so there are a series of tests that are performed at regular intervals to ensure that that mud contains the necessary fluid properties, whether it's the viscosity of that fluid, the chemical makeup, or to ensure that well cuttings are fully removed from that mud, takes longer, if you will, than it does with a more traditional Group 2 style mud. Again, comes down to the best of my understanding, the chemical makeup of those fluid systems and what needs to be done to ensure you're utilizing the fluid as it's intended to be utilized.
Okay, so are there some benefits from using the Group 2 with a chiller that kind of speeds up the process and you're drilling for a shorter amount of time than if we're using a Group 3 mud?
Yes, sir, and thank you for that clarification. I neglected to mention that in my original answer. And so the longer you have to condition a fluid at the surface, the longer it's going to take you to ultimately reach total depth in that well. You need to ensure that those properties are consistent, again, for the operation, like I mentioned. And so with the chemical composition of a Group 2 mud, it does rely on other constituents that are perhaps naturally occurring versus some synthetic laboratory derived substance. You're able to recondition that mud more efficiently and really see more of a continuous drilling operation than you might otherwise while using a Group 3 mud.
Okay, thank you. And next, to try and talk about we'll call it, I think, the Tier 2 plus that was described, and Commissioner McGowan was going over this as well. And one of the clarifications that I wanted to touch on was an indication of, that you'll be able to do one of these menu options, but not sure which yet. And I want to kind of delve into that last part of the answer a little bit more and understand, you'll be able to use one, but you're not sure which, and how is that the case?
Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I will start answering this question and will defer to Ms. Stearman to fill in any gaps. As I think we've heard before, there are some supply chain issues that Ms. Stearman referenced in her statements relative to obtaining this technology. For example, I believe it was Commissioner McGowan that asked about lead times necessary for things like Tier 4 engines. Those engines are roughly 12 to 18 months out from being able to have them constructed and deployed in our operation. Our current contracts do not provide for that service from our vendors. And so that development cost, if you will, is the sole cost of extraction in this instance, and ultimately becomes the property of the drilling vendor, again, just based on standard contracting language in the oil field. The other technologies that Ms. Stearman referenced in her slide have much shorter lead times. In fact, they may be, a third to 25% quicker to obtain. And so if we're talking about an 18-month lead time for a Tier 4 engine, we're looking at something that may be 6 months or less on one or more of the other technologies shown on her slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stearman if she has anything to add.
No, Nate, that was a good summary. I think the other thing that we're trying to balance too is to see what options come before us and try to offset this with our carbon neutrality program. When you add a dual fuel element to drilling or hydraulic fracturing, you're going to be looking at offsetting more of your greenhouse gases. And Commissioner McGowan, now I'm going back and forth on pollutants again, but you have the greenhouse gas element that we're then going to be offsetting through our carbon neutrality program in a give for your NOx reductions. And I think really where it's balancing right now is what can we get with a battery backup versus a dual fuel kind of a kit. So those are probably the two high choice items. And in supplement to Nate, that's all I have to add.
And I think to build further on some of the questions that Commissioner McGowan had there, and they were definitely questions I had as well. I believe you said you're interested in trying out the fuel additive, but you're not going to agree with it if it doesn't show benefits or reductions in the emissions. Is this something that you've used in the past? Is this something that is sort of a trial? Can you go into detail on that a little bit?
Yeah, I absolutely can. We did try one of these products. We don't like to go into name brands because it doesn't inspire competition, but we did trial a brand on one of our hydraulic fracturing processes back in, I think, 2020. And the focus of that trial was to look for visible emissions and reductions in soot. So we're talking about many pollutants here. Are we trying to reduce the PM10, PM2.5, or NOx? So I think there's many benefits that we have to consider when we're doing additives like this. I think between when extraction trialed this additive, it's a tote that goes into the fuel, like literally something you pour in. And now we're learning that there have been some studies by some of our peers in other basins that show reductions through the measurement of basically exhaust. So we're starting to receive some of that data done by the operator. I think we would be willing to do that ourselves. The problem right now is that we need the before and the after. We also don't want to be putting people in safety situations where we're doing a bunch of exhaust measuring. So we'd have to do that properly. We also don't want to go down a road where we're bringing in, you know, an exhaust measurement device that we maybe found on Amazon when we know that we really need to do this the right way to make sure that we're all confident with what the reductions are. So yes, we have trialed it. Yes, it's still out there. We definitely want to explore it because it could be a bigger conversation in how this, you know, fuel additive could be used throughout the field.
Okay. That is helpful. Another thing that I wanted to go to, and I'm just trying to find the slide here, was going in some of the responses to some of the BMPs. So slide 31 talked about some of the public health, safety, and welfare considerations, and extraction agreed to remove as reasonably practical for several of them. And then it was some that extraction was not willing to commit. And some of those included talking about during high ozone days. And I believe you talked about it briefly, but I want to get a better understanding on the timing of the project. Based on the construction and the drilling aspects being done in Q1 of 2024, is that designed to avoid those high ozone days to the extent practicable? And is that something that you would change if you run into delays, for example, with some of the rig plus mitigation measures here?
Yeah, we do have the luck behind us that this drill schedule incorporates drilling in some of our pre-production outside of the ozone season as it stands. When we begin to implement our ozone season reductions, we start that in May. I don't believe the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment starts sending out predictive alerts until June, but we do get out ahead of it by a month so that we can ensure that our alert systems are in place. You know, I will tell you that ozone days are forecasted in a very, very conservative manner for a good reason. It's because the state wants to be conservative and eliminate any day that may look like it could be an ozone formation day. And so it's almost every day in the summer when we receive alerts. We take it to a kind of another step where we actually look at the ozone data ourselves to know whether or not it's forming or if the analyzers in the state are ticking up a notch. And in those cases, I think it becomes a higher alert. But the timing of it, I guess to get to the basis of your question, beginning in May, we're going to do everything that we're talking about in these BMPs field-wide, regardless of the pad or the facility, because it would be impossible to kind of implement it on a pad-by-pad basis. But hope that kind of answers what you were trying to ask.
I think a little bit, and to go into a little bit more, if there was a delay for some of the things that you couldn't agree to, would it be a consideration of extraction to move that development timeline to stay in that kind of January through April or May to avoid the ozone on some of the things you can agree to, or is it more so that you're going to be relying on the BMPs?
I'll let my peers answer any questions regarding scheduling of the rig or the pre-production activities. There's always a risk that if we delay or move some activity, that the day following or the day following or the day following may be even more favorable meteorologically for ozone to form. So, those are things that we have to consider.
Mr. Bennett, you had unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Chair Robbins, and thank you, Commissioner Cross, for your question. Two additional points I'd like to touch upon in addition to what Ms. Stearman said. First and foremost, oftentimes we are limited as to what operations we can stop midstream, right, from a safety perspective. And so why we use that as reasonably practical language is to ensure that we're not putting not only our staff and our contractors, but more importantly, the public into a safety situation by flipping a switch to turn something from on to off. Again, bad analogy, but I think you understand my point. Perhaps more importantly, relative to the scheduling question that you had, admittedly, our schedule is highly dynamic, as are most operators, in the U.S. domestic E&P space. Our permit inventories, quite frankly, determine the order at which we're able to develop locations, the order in which we undertake our operations. And while we do everything to avoid, potential seasonal restrictions, whether that's, ozone action days during the summer months or wildlife stipulations when we're near high priority habitat, there are instances where those sorts of, last minute changes are just not doable for any number of reasons. But again, I go to the flexible nature of our schedule and attempting to plan out our business according to a best case scenario.
Thank you for that. Just double checking my notes here. I believe that's the only questions I have at this time.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Nathan, you're muted as well.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about that, commissioners. I was saying, I believe Mr. Casper has joined Mr. Annable in his office, and we can get back to the initial question you had, Commissioner Cross, if that's still valid.
It is. I would appreciate that. And Mr. Casper, I hope you can hear us, and thank you for joining us. I just wanted to try and get a little bit more color with respect to the conversations that were had with the RVU owner that was 2,002 feet away from the working pet surface.
And before you answer, Mr. Casper, let's get you sworn in by AAG Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Casper, if you could just raise your right hand, state your name, and state that you swear to tell the truth.
I'm Sean Casper with Civitas Resources, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Casper, if you want to go ahead and answer the question to the best of your ability, please do so.
Yeah, I heard sorry, I had some mic issues earlier, but I did hear Commissioner Cross's question. I did have a conversation with the RVU owner on the corner of County Road 7 and Highway 56. We probably talked for, from what I can recall, maybe 15 or 20 minutes on the phone call. We had worked with him previously. There was some familiarity there, and we had worked with them. I think we have a pretty amicable relationship. When we did the MLD project, we had put some sound walls up around that facility and some landscaping. And in the conversation that I had with him regarding this project, his primary concern was really just related to the safety of the intersection at 56 and County Road 7. He had mentioned at one point, maybe, and I think I saw this in one of the director's recommendation questions about potentially accessing off of 56 onto the surface owner's property where the wells and the facility would be. But when we talked through that, I mentioned to him that by doing that, there's no traffic control at that spot. There is traffic control at the intersection near his place. The speeds are much higher off Highway 56. And so I think after we kind of talked through that, we came to agreement that accessing off 7 was probably a safer proposal. He mentioned sound mitigation, which we noted And when we met out there, I met with our construction folks last week. One note that I'll make is we think we can put up sound walls, temporary sound walls on the north side of our proposed access in between where the access is and those trees that you saw in the photo. That's something we could do. Our construction guys confirmed it. I don't think it's, it'd probably be a good measure. And so that's in line with the conversations that I had with that RVU owner. And then the only other thing from that phone call was just he wanted us to look into his mineral ownership in the project. So, we did that for him. But really, those were that was kind of the conversation. It was pretty friendly. And like my colleague said, we've sent him notices since then and haven't received any feedback. But
And to confirm with what was talked about earlier, you'll continue to have conversations with that landowner, correct?
yeah, happy to continue the dialogue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, further questions from commissioners to the panel? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions that haven't been covered by some of my fellow commissioners' questions. And so give me a second here. So I do understand that the produced water is being piped across the road and then it'll be trucked from that location, the MLD location. And I just wanted to confirm, I think I heard it, but there's been a lot of new information given today, which to me as a commissioner is super frustrating to have a lot of new information coming at the last minute in a process that, has been, occurring over the last 6 months. But the produced water truck traffic that's associated with the MLD pad is captured in the 2B that has been provided.
Thank you,
Question mark.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Messner. That's a good clarifying question. Yes, that traffic has been accounted for in the Form 2B. We do include production truck traffic from the MLD pad on the Form 2B, as well as construction traffic to perform those facility upgrades.
Okay. And has the additional truck traffic that will be associated with the increased activity on the MLD pad been communicated with both the town of Berthoud and Weld County and incorporated in any kind of traffic plans or traffic arrangements that have been sorted out with those local governments?
Again, good question. Thank you. Yeah, so during the 1041 local process, we submitted the access road or the truck traffic associated with the Coolstra. I'm not sure if it was captured, but it was definitely communicated to both with my conversations with town of Berthoud, as well as I believe Weld County, that there is going to be truck traffic still coming from the MLD pad for the produced water. Because during the hearing, the Weld County hearing, there was asked if we would be piping the produced water from there, and we told them no, it would continue to be trucked. So I hope that answers your question.
And so, yeah, I mean, it communicated that there would be additional truck traffic over and above what's currently occurring at the MLD site, because I think that's important, because we're not talking about piping this off to a production facility some miles away. We're talking about going across the street. So really we're talking about additional truck traffic on the street that's associated with both of these sites and potentially affecting both of these jurisdictions. And so it's not clear to me in any kind of information that's been submitted in the application that communication was clearly given to both the relevant and the proximate local governments, so that they could have the opportunity to comment on anything that they would need to in order to address any concerns around truck traffic.
I'm not sure if I can say with confidence that during those conversations that it was known that it was additional truck traffic. But I would like to point out that, the truck traffic additional truck traffic that will be coming from the MLD will peak, I think, at approximately 18 trucks per day for one of the months. And after 6 months of production, it will drop substantially down to 3 trucks per day, originating from that location. We will continue to communicate. We had applied for an access permit with the town of Berthoud, as we will need for this development. We have to refile that access permit, and I will be sure to communicate the additional truck traffic that will be originating from the MLD pad in those conversations when we reapply for that access permit from the town of Berthoud.
Okay. So understanding that you don't have that access permit in hand right now, what happens in the scenario where they don't approve that access permit since it's not in hand prior to this hearing?
We have confidence. They've already approved it once. It just happened to lapse. They have a short timing on their approval. I've already gotten confirmation from them that they will provide renewal for that access permit. I just have to provide some additional information for our contractor, but they have given me the guidance that we will get that access permit renewed.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask just a big question here, because I mean, again, a lot of information provided, you know, in the last 24 hours. Some of that information is clear, some of that information still lacks some clarity. But I think the bottom line as I'm reviewing this application is, you know, the OGDP application does lie, you know, within the non-attainment area, is within 2,000 feet of 4 RBUs. And even though I understand that there's been informed consent provided by those RPUs, it's still within proximity of 4 RBUs, with a 5th RBU 2 feet further away from 2,000 feet, that has not signed informed consent and has expressed some questions as far as how it would potentially impact their property. I think CDPHE has provided a consultation that states, you know, an EnviroScreen analysis indicated that this location is within the 99th percentile for air toxic emissions, which is significant in this particular area. And where I'm trying to, you know, look at this application from is that in Rule 301A, it states that for an approval, this commission will approve operations only if they protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource resulting from oil and gas operations. I see this operation that's being proposed, this application that's being proposed, you know, proposing the utilization of Tier 2 diesel engines for drilling, not accepting some of CDPHE's recommendations, who is our public health expert, around drilling muds, around you know, different actions on high ozone days and other elements. I'm needing to have you clarify for me how you feel that I am able to make this determination that the direct impacts to both the RBU owners that have signed informed consent, as well as the individual RBU that is 2 feet away from the 2,000-foot buffer, is being protective and meets this Rule 301A standard without me taking into consideration what some of your arguments are, which appear to be around technical and financial feasibility, which is not in my ability to consider in determining if this application is protective or not.
Ms. Pilcher, you want to organize your group to try to answer Commissioner Messner's question?
Thank you, Chair. I think that is exactly where I was going to head with this. And thank you for that, Commissioner Messner. Thank you for that question. Because there is so much that goes into your determination of whether an OGDP works to protect the environment, the public, wildlife, by avoiding, minimizing, and mitigating potential impacts, I think we probably have a lot to kind of summarize here. So I'm going to try to tee us up and make sure we're covering this for you, and then ask that some of our witnesses expand upon it. I think where I'd organize this is the location siting and the consolidation of infrastructure, and then the deployment of the tier 2 plus menu, along with some of the other commitments on chillers, et cetera. So we'll go from location siting, and also that includes like wells, the well siting at the location on Coolstra, all the way down to air. So thinking about what we started at before here is, first, extraction has worked to consolidate operations where possible on an existing facility, and that's that MLD facility. So you've heard that it's not possible and not feasible due to the moratorium from Berthoud for us to put all of the wells on that pad and expand that pad. That would have been extraction's first choice, as you heard from Mr. Annable, but that was not possible due to the ongoing moratorium that was communicated even from Berthoud, that they didn't know when they were going to change that up. So we still work to consolidate the facility operations and utilizing existing infrastructure at the MLD pad. So that's one measure that does work to minimize impacts to the environment and to the public. But second, with respect to the Coolstra pad, yes, we got informed consent, but also working to put wells separation equipment as far as possible from those RBU owners. So recognizing that you have the RBU owner that's within 2,002 feet from the edge of the working pad surface, extraction was trying to work within the framework of the surface owner by locating that site where it did, but also looking to some of your other rules that caution that wells, hydrocarbon containing equipment, if they can be located further than that 2,000 foot buffer, then that is a measure that the commission has recognized in your statement of basis and purpose, works to help mitigate and minimize impacts to the public. And that's what's been done here with respect to the 2,002 foot surface owner. And again, you heard most of his concerns really related to truck traffic and safety. And so we're going to work to tighten up that BMP language, Commissioner Messner, and to the chair's point, to make sure that it's airtight, that we're going to be consulting with that RBU owner. So we're working on that language now. And then further, we're going to look to some of those mitigations when it comes to noise, light, odor, dust, and maybe we can speak a little bit more to those, Mr. Annable. And then finally, the tier 2 engine, as you heard from Ms. Stearman, again, it bears importance that this menu of options, which would be part of the final OGDP, that we would have to use one of these, is going to work to have significant emissions reductions on that tier 2 engine. So it's not going to look like a conventional engine. So we want to make sure that is abundantly clear. So I think here, what I'd like to do is we want to make sure we hit all of these points, but maybe we begin with the siting discussions and any of those pieces from Mr. Annable related to BMP mitigations that will help to further reduce impacts to those RBU owners in close proximity, and in particular lighting plans, odor mitigations, dust and noise mitigations, and then we move over to Ms. Stearman again to recap some of her testimony regarding how these additional measures are going to work to minimize and mitigate impacts.
Sure.
Mr. Annable?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jill. As Jill mentioned, we planned this location so we could utilize that MLD location, as well as, maximize the distances to the RBU owners. The two closest RBU owners are, around the same distance away, and that was to try and, maximize that distance. And I'm sure Kathy will speak to this more. I think it's important to note that, as part of this development, we're going to be upgrading a facility to a state-of-the-art facility, ultimately reducing, emissions being, originating from that MLD location, and that's going to come from the air pneumatic retrofit. So the separators and equipment will no longer vent to atmosphere as a part of the pneumatic system, as well as, we're getting rid of that maintenance tank. So during maintenance operations, gas will not be vented to the air. This is going to be applicable to the new production as well as the existing production that the MLD is currently producing, ultimately improving what is currently out there and reducing the air emissions coming from that and odor mitigations. During our preparation of this OGDP, we did our noise mitigation plan as well as our light mitigation plan, and we've determined both through the Weld County process and through the OGDP that the impacts to surrounding building unit owners will be minimal and within regulation, and we'll continue to work with these RBU owners that are within 2,000 feet as good neighbors to adjust lights if necessary, and work with them if there's any noise nuisance impacts. We also, as a good operator, are continually, listening to our neighbors. So if there's dust, we're going to be regularly maintaining our access road, and it's in fact designed to minimize dust, using aggregate material. But we will continue to use water trucks that, will knock down the dust and keep dust from becoming a nuisance as well. I think on top of all that, the electrification of both of those existing facilities also reduces a substantial amount from that was originally coming from the current production, as well as the new production, which will ultimately result in less cumulative impacts if I had to estimate, but I'd let Kathy speak further to that. So
let me step in just a second here.
Absolutely.
Because I'd like to put a finer point on this, because while I have read the entire application as it was presented, and even though there's been modifications since I read it, they're still being proposed Tier 2 diesel engines and drilling. They're still being proposed the utilization of Group 2 muds. They're still being proposed, not taking into consideration some of the recommendations from CDPHE, particularly because this is in a 99th percentile for air emissions. There's an offset electrification of the site that's away that may, over a number of years, be able to offset the amount of emissions associated with it, but it doesn't address the direct emissions or direct potential impacts to residential building units that are within 2,000 feet or just outside of 2,000 feet. And, there are a number of building units that are just outside of that in an area that has 99% percentile and EnviroScreen emissions. And so the direct public health impacts, I'm not hearing that, except for the reason that we can't do it is it's not technically or financially feasible for us to do this. And so this is where I'm going to struggle with this decision, is I can't take into consideration technical or economic feasibility. And so how do I determine that in this particular situation that I'm meeting the requirements of Rule 301B when the arguments that are being given are it's not technical or economically feasible? So help me with that one.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, and thank you, Chair. I think, Ms. Stearman, I think what I would ask that you do in direct response to Commissioner Messner's question is explain why taking apart the economic practicability or inability maybe to commit to this, which I really think is not actually the driver for extraction. It's more about what's available and when it's available, what you can actually commit to. If you could maybe put a finer point on what Tier 2 plus is going to do to reduce acute potential impacts to any RBU owner that is coming within, that close proximity to this pad. I think if we start there, that would maybe be helpful for the commission.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fulcher, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner Mesner, for your question. I think we are agreeing to some of the recommendations put forth by the CDPHE and the consultation by agreeing to an upgrade to the drilling rig. I also understand your concern about the EnviroScreen. We just had a rulemaking on enhanced monitoring and modeling and cumulatively impacted communities that wrapped up, I think, last Friday. So, Commissioner, we will be operating under that requirement and that rule should we hit the EnviroScreen threshold that is penned in, I think it's going to be Colorado Regulation 7 or 22. I think they're rewriting some of that. I don't see that this hits that 80th percentile that will be in the regulation, but we will definitely be operating under that requirement. Whenever we go back to a facility and produce to an existing facility, it is a positive for the air emissions for many reasons. And in this case, I know we're focused on the drilling and what we're agreeing to as far as the recommendations from CDPHE, which is part of the menu. But with the electrification, we are now able to eliminate the pneumatics and actually get that on instrument air, which we were unable to do before. We've actually investigated whether or not we could convert MLD and HFE. We could not because we didn't have the power there. So through this development, we'll be able to do that. I think the other thing of note is that we will now be doing 2 monitoring plans. We will have an ambient air monitoring plan that surrounds the COGCC pad, and it will also surround now the MLD. So as part of the midlife of that facility, we're going to be adding ambient air monitoring during the first 6 months of the life of that facility. If the EMM, the enhanced monitoring and modeling thresholds are hit when we're developing this pad, we will be required to perform monitoring for the life of the facility. Again, if those thresholds are met. So there's other regulations that we'll be complying with as we develop this as well. So, you know, that helps you take into consideration some of the things that you're having to consider from the perspective of this commission. We will not have a combustor at our production well pad. We will be separating our separators from a cumulatively impacted standpoint. Eliminating a concentrated line of separators is a good thing from a modeling perspective. So that rattles off some air specific topics, Commissioner. I don't know if that helps you get what you needed.
Thank you for the answer. I don't know if it did either, but I wanted to give you a chance to make the argument. So.
All right, further questions for the panel? Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The great majority of questions that I have been addressed already, and so I won't rehash those. But, and forgive me if I didn't hear this, you know, we talked about, and thank you to Commissioner Messner for helping elucidate the produced water plan. I didn't hear addressed, is there just not a produced water pipeline to a facility in this location? It was difficult for me to ascertain, and I didn't hear that specifically addressed in today's narrative.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes, thank you, Chair Robbins. Good morning, Commissioner Ackerman. Appreciate the question. Based on the information we have in our files, the closest produced water line we were able to identify is roughly 8.5 to 9 miles northeast of this location in a straight line. And so if you contemplate building infrastructure to that location, you're probably talking about a distance and associated disturbance of, you know, 1.5 to 2 times that.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate the clarification. I saw a note also in the application that stated that the oil would first be stored in tanks and then piped. Can you clarify that just a little bit? How much oil do we intend to be stored on site prior to piping, or is there going to be consistent piping of oil off the site? And if so, why will oil be stored in tanks prior to piping, or am I misreading that?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Ackerman. As has been mentioned before, this oil pipeline at this facility is owned and operated by a third party. And thus, extraction in this case, as the upstream operator, needs to meet the pipeline specifications of that system to be able to produce into it. And in order to do that, we need to utilize tanks, or a series of tanks in this case, to help meet those pipeline specifications, things like gravity, pressure, etc.
Thanks. I understand that, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate that response. That's helpful. Are you able to, and this isn't, quantities that you'd be held to, just to be clear, but are you able to kind of estimate whether that means significant on-site storage or minimal on-site storage, or, what does that look like grossly?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Ackerman, and I may ask Mr. Annable to confirm my tank counts here. But the short answer is, as an operator, we want to be able to get that oil into that pipeline as quickly as we can. I can't give you a certain residence time as to how long oil may be in that tank. As I sit here before you today, Mr. Roush may have that number at his disposal, but it's a relatively short duration. There are, of course, exceptions, and that is if the third-party oil pipeline system experiences upsets and we cannot produce into that, we would like to be able to store, or those tanks, also serve us the ability to store oil on location while that pipeline system is out of service temporarily.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And I think from what I'm hearing from you, I think my expectations line up with your practices, which is that minimal hydrocarbon storage on site would be the standard practice, and that would go into the pipeline as soon as practicable within the stipulations of the pipeline specifications.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. With regard to the stormwater plan design, back to that, and I appreciate the further discussion that was given today. And I would just pause for a minute to express my concurrence with Commissioner Messner's comments about the difficulty of significant last-minute adjustments to plans, particularly to questions that were raised previously by staff. It does make it difficult to have a hearing such as this. But that said, I appreciate the clarifications associated with the stormwater plan design. And what I heard today, just to clarify, was that you did an additional study and that it would take a 12-year storm event to reach the Little Thompson with the stormwater design specs, which then I heard today was stated to propose little to no risk without a whole lot of further discussion. How long do you expect this pad, the Coolstra pad, to be in operation?
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for that question. Just to clarify, and my apologies if I didn't make it clear in my testimony, the 12-year storm event is what's needed. So we have our water detention pond, and there's a certain set of freeboard that's designed within that pond before it reaches the point where it starts being released in a controlled manner, I think at a 2 or 3 year storm event. So it would take a 12-year storm event to reach that discharge point within our pond. It would then have to travel along that contamination pathway, which is 3,720 feet over, northeast and then south along County Road 7 before it would reach the Little Thompson River. And to answer your question, our production operations we anticipate will probably, 20 to 30 years. So, we'll likely see an event like that. And the thought was, the little to no risk of contamination of the Little Thompson was the fact that, or the chances that we would have a release on location during that 12-year storm event that would be able to overtop our, discharge point and start releasing into natural drainage channels and then flow along, almost 4,000 feet to the Little Thompson River presents little chance and of happening or occurring. I hope that clarifies what you were looking for, but more than happy to add additional detail.
Thanks, Mr. Annable. I appreciate the response there, and I would concur that you can expect to see an event like that. If the pad is intended to go for 20 to 30 years, you would expect to see 1 or 2 of those events over time. And generally, during a significant storm event, the surrounding soils reach significant saturation as well. And so, the water conveyance along the surface is facilitated significantly as opposed to generally dry soils. I think the chances of given the specifications as I understand them, I think the chances of water reaching the Little Thompson River in a 12-year storm event would be pretty good chances. Again, I can't put a number to that either. And so knowing that there will be one or two of those storm events, certainly we have the expertise to engineer for a larger storm event recurrence interval. Is that something that you considered, or is that something that just kind of became available to you late in the process and didn't consider revising the stormwater containment specs at that point?
Thanks, see Mr. Bennett, viewed himself. I'll let him take this question.
Thank you, Mr. Annable, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Ackerman. As is demonstrated in the various plans accompanying the OGDP, we have a number of different containment practices incorporated into that pad to address, things like spills or releases in the unlikely event that those do occur. That is in addition to the stormwater controls that we've demonstrated in our stormwater management plan, not only as part of our OGDP application, but also with Weld County. I think to your point, it's certainly noted that there is a likelihood of these events occurring more than once within the life of this facility. However, I would echo Mr. Annable's statements in that it would take a series of a number of things going contrary to design to provide for an instance where we would have a release associated with a well that would be occurring at the same time as a storm event and ultimately, wind up in the downstream receptor. And so our engineering design gives us confidence that that sort of event is very unlikely to occur.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Appreciate the response. Mr. Chair, I think all of my other questions have been addressed at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman. Any further questions for the panel? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two more, sorry. Piggybacking off of Commissioner Ackerman's question about storing oil, you're not adding any oil tanks, you're just using the existing tanks that are there. That they will be able to handle the capacity from the Coolstra plus the MLD pad.
Great question, Commissioner McGowan. Yes, we don't plan on adding any additional tanks. And in fact, we're going to remove that maintenance tank. So.
Thank you. I am wondering if we could go back and look at the heat map. So I'm with Commissioner Mesner. I'm really struggling with the trade-offs with what we're proposing here and what I see. We haven't seen a tier 2 engine request. I can't remember the last time we saw one. Because I do feel the industry has moved on and we're using better technology to minimize our emissions in a non-attainment area and around people. And production is when we see the greatest amount of emissions in these applications. And so maybe it would help to look at the heat map again and see the kind of the trade-offs and the benefits of what's going to be happening at some of these other locations.
I'm up.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is an air person trying to do a graphic art. The way we tried to depict this was to try to at least compare apples to apples, which is the same pollutant. So if we're talking about NOx as it relates to public health and ozone formation, the heat map for Coolstra on the left depicts the 108 tons that we estimated with a tier 2 engine, which we are agreeing to not use as a BMP. Just to make that clear, we are agreeing to upgrading that engine. So that will be written in the BMP in stone. So we would expect if we have a 20% reduction in the Coolstra emissions that you see on the heat map, that is going to shrink further. Now, if I was a good graphic artist, I probably would have somehow figured out a way to get the emissions that are on the right-hand side, the top one being the MLD and the bottom one being the HFE, in a different color, because these are the emissions that we are removing over the life of the facility. We broke it out by life of the facility to show, what's important. Like we said, ozone attainment is a long game. But if we were to look at this by an annual reduction, we're looking at, I think this was in the COGCC or the CDPHE consultation as well. We're removing approximately 10 tons a year, depending on what engine's out there. I think the other thing that is worthy of noting is that we don't need to use generators if we electrify the facility. So when we look at how we calculate these emissions, there's one big compressor that we're going to take away, and then the need to bring in small generators goes away. So that's kind of the lens from which we looked at it. But over the life of the facility, that's the sum that's actually in the text on this table, 383 tons.
Thank you. And sorry, I know I just keep harping on this, but if this were a tier 4 engine, do you know what the tonnage would be for NOx?
I did not do that calculation, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, further questions from commissioners? Okay, AG Mercer. If you could, I would appreciate you sharing your screen to articulate just so that we've got in front of us what is on the table as a result of the various changes and commitments made. I would appreciate that. That'll help us determine next steps.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to. Can everyone see my screen? I'll zoom in as much as I can.
Yeah, zoom in a bit. Okay, why don't you roll through that for us, AG Mercer?
Sure. So these are the commitments I've tracked today. The first one is, I think, a bit outstanding in terms of figuring out exactly what should be said there. So that was to beef up the BMP regarding truck traffic to ensure that there's a firm commitment to work with the homeowner. I believe Ms. Fulcher indicated that she and her team were working on language to that effect. We also have that Extraction agreed to the COA and staff's director's recommendation to conduct a post-construction survey to ensure that the site remains outside of the 2,000-foot buffer for that one RVU. There was a commitment to use tier 2 engines and employ at least one of the 3 following technologies: dual fuel or alternative fuel, using a fuel additive or a battery assist. Fourth, I have a commitment to electrify the MLD 22A and HFE 22P pads with utility power. That would include the removal of natural gas engines and conversion to instrument air at those pads. We also had Extraction agreeing to remove the "as reasonably practicable" language from the ozone BMPs related to low VOC paint, minimizing engine idling, and reducing truck traffic. Extraction stated that they intend to retain the "as reasonably practicable" language for the ozone BMPs related to postponing refueling, ancillary equipment, and construction activities. We also had a commitment to use a mud chiller during all operations that utilize oil-based mud, and a commitment to use SCADA and remote shut-in technology at the Coolstraw location. In addition to those BMPs, I tracked 4 different commitments related to correcting documentation. The first is the entry for CO2 on the Form 2B related to process heaters and boilers, which it was indicated that that will be a 0. I also noted and want to confirm that this is correct, that Extraction will also work more generally with staff to ensure that all of the data on that Form 2B is accurate, since there were some conversations around various details of that reporting today. I noted with respect to stormwater that Extraction will revise and resubmit their stormwater plan to correct the reference to the flow going to the southeast, which should instead be the northeast. And finally, that Extraction will confirm with Weld County that the contaminant flow pathway is in alignment with all Weld County permits. Those are the items I noted, and there's of course been quite a bit today, so I would welcome any additions or corrections from staff, Ms. Fulcher, commissioners, etc.
Hold on, I'm looking around. I believe that in my mind, at least captures the commitments, changes, et cetera, that were discussed today. Let me ask my fellow commissioners, and again, this is just for purposes of determining what might be on the table. This is not indicating a vote one way or another. I'm just trying to keep the air clean. Anything further from commissioners that we talked about? Commissioner Messner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further on the list, although there's a lot of details that have to be developed associated with that list. And some of those details are significant, I believe, in at least this commissioner's decision-making process as far as whether or not the level of detail or the appropriateness of what ultimately gets determined there occurs. And so my question is, does it make more sense to continue this hearing, allow these to be developed, and allow us to deliberate and make a decision on a complete application, because so much information was provided in the last 24 hours? Or is it the commission's desire to try to just make a determination on the limited information that we have on these right now?
Yeah, well, actually, I appreciate that thought, Commissioner Messner. I was going to likely suggest that as well. Once we finalize the list of things that need to be worked on, I don't think holding back 1 week or perhaps 2 is of concern to me. Let me give Ms. Fulcher an opportunity to weigh in on behalf of her client with regard to the merits of the listed items and with regard to the concept of taking a little time to properly construct all the language necessary to ensure that that we're getting to the right spot. AG Mercer, I see you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one more item to the list that Ms. Trask brought to my attention before Ms. Fulcher has an opportunity to respond. And that is revising the hydrology map to reflect the correct revised flow path.
Great. No, thank you, Ms. Trask, for catching that. Appreciate that as well. Okay, Ms. Fulcher, not to put you on the spot, but I'm putting you on the spot.
That's okay, Chair. And thank you very much, commissioners. First, with respect to the list, I believe the list that AAG Mercer has compiled does accurately reflect what Extraction has agreed to as part of this OGDP and leading up to today's hearing and today. I will mention for the record that we did just send AAG Mercer some proposed language regarding the beefed up BMP for commitment to discussions with the RBU owner for the commission's consideration. In my mind, that is the only outstanding text item that needed to be drafted. I think the rest of this are firm commitments that don't require a lot of wordsmithing. Certainly, we recognize that there's documentation corrections that need to be made with respect to the hydrology map and the stormwater plan to correct the reference to direction. In my mind and from my experience, that's something we can clear up with the OGLA staff after this commission makes a vote and hopefully votes to approve. But if it pleases the commission, obviously we're okay to move this along for another week or 2 while you consider these items. But I did want you to know that the only outstanding text in my mind to get to you has been delivered to AAG Mercer. I don't know if she wants to display that now on screen share for what we've committed to with respect to reaching out to that RBU owner.
Thank you. I did receive that, Ms. Fulcher, and it's been added. I hope everyone can see my screen again or still. It's the portion I just highlighted.
Not that this is indicating we're ready to roll today, but I think there should be something after owner and before at any point such that there's some form of actual outreach from the operator to the RBU owner on a periodic basis to, discern whether there's concerns. So I would ask that y'all continue to work on that. I think it probably makes more sense for us to continue this matter to allow this to be fully finalized, and that'll allow all commissioners the opportunity to make sure that each of us has gone through all of our notes and had any additional questions, et cetera. And so that's likely the place that I think we need to be going. Commissioner Cross and then Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll say with respect to continuing versus deciding to this today, I'm fine either way. I do think that continuation provides an opportunity for staff to provide some additional thoughts on the language as well. I think it's important for them to also take a look at some of the BMPs that we're going to be in conditions of approval that we'll put on this. One thing that I'll note as if this is continued for consideration is with respect to the menu of tier 2 plus, perhaps we do multiple and not just one of those. I think given that, as Commissioner McGowan noted, that don't often see the tier 2 engines used anymore. I think it would be, especially for a company that has prided itself on trying to electrify and take these steps and be a leader in net zero, I think it'd be appropriate to see pre-production emissions minimized, not with a single mitigation, but perhaps with the battery and the dual fuel and the fuel additive and trying to approach it from that system. But just wanted to make that point.
You, Commissioner Cross, Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was thinking along the same lines as Commissioner Cross, and I think what I would be valuable, because this has just been kind of introduced here at the hearing instead of providing some information up front. I would want to know what the estimated emissions for each of those menu items is compared to the estimated 108 tons of NOx, for example, that would be emitted. So what is the estimated reduction by using those menu items, I guess I'll call it, and a comparison to a tier 4 engine? I understand that electrification isn't possible here, but I have no context for whether or not this is a minimization practice or how valuable it is or the impact that it would have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McGowan. With those final thoughts that the applicant has taken note of, I would look for a motion to continue this matter to June 14th, which is 2 weeks out. One of the reasons for that is that gives sufficient time for applicant and staff. I also am going to not be in attendance next Wednesday, and I would like to be in attendance for the deliberations on this. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will make a motion, but just one comment as well to add. I think to Commissioner McGowan's point, something that would be very helpful for me is a kind of an emissions balance sheet summary with regard to the potential proposed solutions, but even as a larger clarification associated with the project. There are a lot of places where we've talked about emissions and reduced emissions. It would be helpful to have that information summarized to see what the total impact of this would be with these proposed changes. With that, Mr. Chair, I certainly am willing to make a motion to continue this matter for 2 weeks.
Consider that a motion made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to continue this matter to June 14th. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Fulcher, I want to thank you and your panel for the presentation. You've got a little homework between now and June 14th. We'll look forward to seeing you on that hearing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. We'll see you then.
All right, Commissioners, it is time to take a lunch break, but what I'm going to suggest is let's go ahead and make a motion to enter into executive session, which is our next calendared matter. And that would be to receive information, legal advice, and analysis pursuant to, well, I tell you what, AAG Davenport, talk to us about our motion. I don't know why I'm taking over your job.
Thanks, Chair. You were doing fine. I don't have any objection to you continuing the script. Commissioners, as our chair noted, we have an executive session on the agenda in regard to receive legal and advice and analysis as authorized by Colorado Open Meetings Law in regard to the own resources financial assurance application. Mr. Chair, I would encourage you to request a motion to enter into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Hey, I know one commissioner has a commitment over lunch that is business oriented. So we need to take that into account as well as to set aside enough time for an executive session. And so I'm just looking at my notes. So that commissioner is out doing another business item from 12:15 to 1:05. It's 12:03 now. So assuming, why don't we return at, or let's do the motion for executive session. Let's contemplate having the executive session starting at 1:15 to 1:45. And then let's contemplate coming back for the hearing on the merits at 2 o'clock. And I'm throwing that out there with a big question mark. AG Davenport, does that sound about right to you? Ms. Larson, thoughts?
Here, I'm probably the least important person to provide feedback on that. I think we can do an executive session in the approximate timeline that you've indicated. Those are my
Ms.
thoughts.
Larson?
I agree. I think that time frame works for us.
Okay, so then I've got a motion to enter into executive session from Commissioner Messner. Did I have a second?
A second.
A second from Commissioner Ackerman. All those in favor of the motion, it signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to enter executive session carries. We'll plan on entering executive session at a different Zoom link at 1:15. We will return to this Zoom link at 2 p.m. to take up the own resources financial assurance matter docket 221100287. So we'll see everybody here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. All right, this is Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Wednesday, May 31st, we are back in open session. I would turn to Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport for next steps.
Thank you, Chair. The commission needs to move to exit executive session. Commissioners, we were just in executive session for the purposes of discussing legal advice on own resources financial application in the hearing today as authorized by Colorado Open Meetings Law. No votes were taken, no decisions were made, no deliberations were had in the course of that executive session. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd request that you encourage a motion to exit executive session.
So encouraged.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're out of executive session. Do you need to do anything further, AG Davenport?
I do not, Chair.
All right, with that, we will take up our next matter, which is docket 211100287. It is a proposed financial assurance plan for Own Resources Operating LLC. I believe with that, we need to bring to the panel Attorney Lepore. See, he's showing up. Good afternoon, Mr. Lepore. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can. Likewise, can you hear me?
I can, and I see that you have Mr. Schneider. Do you have other folks from your panel that are going to be testifying?
We do, and we should have with us now Mr. Neil Spath,
Okay,
as
he
well
just showed
as
up.
Miss Candace Cantrell.
All right. Why don't we have all of your witnesses show up and we'll get them sworn in to get this started.
I appreciate that. I have a text message from Miss Cantrell saying with incredibly good timing that she may have just lost internet in her office. So perhaps we could swear the other two witnesses at this time. Miss Cantrell is scheduled to testify in roughly 40 minutes or so, and if it's not too big of an imposition,
Yeah, that's fine.
join.
Hey, AG Davenport, you want to swear in the two witnesses?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, if I'm going to call your name, and if you just raise your right hand, restate your name and say that you swear to tell the truth, I'd appreciate it. We'll start with Mr. Schneider.
I'm Ed Schneider, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Pfaff.
I am Niels Pfaff, and I swear to tell the truth.
All right, thank you both.
Okay, Mr. Poor, I have the amended final pre-hearing order before me. I have a couple of procedural matters that I wanted to raise to make sure we're all on the same page. The order of play is going to be an introduction by OWN, Yuma County presentation in chief by OWN, response presentation by staff, and response presentation by OWN. Is that still accurate, Mr. Lepore?
To the best of my knowledge, it is, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then at some point, there had been a filing requesting additional time on your behalf, on behalf of OWN Resources. And then I note that the OWN has allocated 120 minutes, excluding commissioner questions and answers. Is that, are you comfortable with that? Did that get resolved? Is 120 minutes exclusive of questions and answers okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is, and that does reflect the hearing officer's decision to grant the request for additional time. So we went from 90 minutes to 120. If I could just say a little bit more about that. What OWN is most concerned with is having the opportunity to engage with the commissioners in a dialogue and to do our best to answer all of your questions about the option 5 plan and the exhibits that OWN has submitted. We realize they are technical in some ways, economic, not necessarily in the commission's wheelhouse, but we look forward to that opportunity to have that engagement. The best way for us to do that is to get through our presentation in less than 120 minutes. So we think we have a presentation that will not take that long. We think we're looking at closer to the original time allocation of 90 minutes, maybe a little bit underneath that. So that's our goal. We want to kind of get it into the dialogue phase as reasonably quickly as we can, with giving you a good foundation in the meantime.
Okay, no, that's great. So another topic procedurally that I wanted to discuss with you ahead of time, and this is because we have kind of a unique situation. There is confidential business information that is involved in our consideration of this proposed option 5 plan. And I want to remind commissioners and myself, frankly, of that fact so that we don't by accident release confidential business information. And so we'll do our best. We do have an ability to go into an executive session to review confidential business information under Colorado's open meetings law. And I'm sure you're aware of that. And I just wanted to have a quick discussion with you about that. It's my preference that and I'm sure you've probably got this thing dialed up this way, Mr. Lepore, but, provide us your presentation. And then at such time that it would be appropriate to do the e-session to review CBI, confidential business information, we would do that. I'm going to leave that at your discretion. I think it would be helpful if we tried to do that once, or the least amount of times going in and out of executive session is timely or takes time. were your fingers referencing that you might want to do it twice?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Pat. We appreciate it. We realize it's a little awkward and a bit cumbersome. We have done our best to consolidate the confidential business information pieces. So I think if my count is right, we likely are going to need to go into an executive session 2 times to get that done. We have Ms. Cantrell, who I think is available, and if you want to bring her up and sign and have her sworn in, we could do that. But Ms. Cantrell, part of her testimony is not confidential, and I think honestly would be beneficial in a public forum. But then she's going to want to transition into talking about some very sensitive economic materials. So that's the one place where I think we need to kind of go in and out. But we have tried to consolidate them in recognition of the difficulty.
Okay, and so we'll leave it to you and your panel to make those calls, and then we'll go into executive session with the assistance of the AG Davenport. I do note that we've got a response presentation by staff. I will anticipate that we will swear in staff witnesses that may be testifying at this point. We did have one public commenter, I believe, and that'll just, it's in the record and it is what it is. We're not going anything further with that. And I understand that we've got a presentation from Yuma County, and that will be taken up in due order. So that's all the things I had on the procedural matters. Did you have anything further or anything further of note before we get going?
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, the one public comment was a written comment submitted by Ms. Kate Merlin. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. We're aware of that. Do you see Ms. Cantrell? Could she be promoted to a panelist to be sworn in? I think the email is ccantrell@pinnacleenergy.com.
Yep, we're getting her. Give us just a second. Ms. Cantrell, you are now part of the panel. If you want to visualize yourself and unmute, we'll get you sworn in.
Hi, sorry, I'm having some computer on my phone.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Ms. Cantrell. We heard half of what you just said.
Is that any better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, our internet keeps going in and out at the office, so I've signed in on my phone.
All right, that works. AG Davenport, do you want to swear in the witness?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cantrell, if you would just raise your right hand, state your name and say that you swear to tell the truth.
Candace Cantrell, and I do swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, looking at our script, we now have number 1, introduction by Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Matt Lepore. I am the founder and principal of Insight Energy Law, and I represent Own Resources in this proceeding. With me today, you have actually met everyone now. Mr. Neil Spaff is the managing partner and co-owner of Own Resources. Ed Schneider is a partner and co-owner of Own Resources. And Ms. Cantrell is a registered professional engineer at Pinnacle Energy Services. We are pleased to be here today to present OWN's Option 5 Financial Assurance Plan to you. We are committed to providing you all the information you need to thoroughly understand that OWN is a vibrant, financially strong company with a very low orphan well risk. OWN's average daily production of just under 11 MCF per well is not an accurate or fair indicator either of its financial strength or its orphan well risk. The Commission created Option 5 to address exactly this circumstance. OWN will show today that it is financially capable of fulfilling all its obligations under the Act and the Commission rules based on the following: the field life of its wells, the economics of shallow dry gas well production on the Eastern Plains, the absence of inactive wells in its portfolio, its low operating and plugging abandonment and reclamation costs, and its current and future cash flows. We will also demonstrate why financial assurance under option 3 is unnecessary and would be unreasonable. We will ask you to right size OWN's financial assurance obligations to align with its economics and its orphan well risk. While we are pleased to be here to present to the Commission today, we are disappointed in the circumstances we find ourselves in with the Director's recommendation of denial. We are disappointed both with the process and the substance of the staff's review. Procedurally, we are disappointed that the staff did not seek additional information from OWN prior to recommending denial. Rule 703 E2A II contemplates that the director can seek additional information from an operator when necessary. We believe strongly that the staff would have benefited from engaging with OWN about the economic data and the operational information in its application and exhibits. OWN reached out to staff multiple times throughout April and into May to no avail. Consequently, we do not believe staff developed a full understanding of OWN's distinctive operations and resulting economics. Substantively, we cannot identify the basis for staff's recommended denial. We know what the recommendation does not say. The recommendation, the director did not conclude that OWN is not financially capable of fulfilling its P&A obligations. Similarly, the recommendation does not say OWN's proposed financial assurance amount is inappropriate given its low degree of orphan well risk. In two places, the director says that decisions about specific aspects of OWN's proposed financial assurance plan rest with the discretion of the Commission. We agree with that. To the extent staff was concerned about OWN's demonstrated plugging, abandonment, and reclamation costs, we wish staff would have asked OWN either to provide more information or explain the information it had submitted. It did neither. We have provided you now, commissioners, with additional evidence supporting the PA and R costs. Exhibit I is a spreadsheet that identifies the details of each plugged and abandoned well and location. Exhibit K is a second spreadsheet that tabulates every invoice associated with plugging and abandonment costs. And OWN has additionally provided a very large electronic file that contains all of the electronic file that contains all of the plugging and abandonment invoices. Commissioners, because OWN's option 5 plan is essentially a case of first impression, we believe staff was gun shy about making any recommendation, but felt that it had no choice under Rule 703 E2A. We believe the director's statement that some of the defining elements of OWN's plan rest within the Commission's discretion are indicative of staff's reluctance to offer a substantive decision. Under these circumstances, we ask you to review OWN's option 5 plan de novo. That means anew, as if there had not been a prior decision or recommendation. We ask that you give no deference to the director's recommendation. I now would like to address the legal standards that OWN must satisfy for you to approve its option 5 plan. Rule 702B states that each financial assurance plan will demonstrate how the operator is financially capable of fulfilling all its obligations under the Oil and Gas Act and the Commission's rules. That is the legal standard that we must satisfy today. Please note, there is no prescribed or predetermined amount of financial assurance to meet that legal standard. I want to say that again. That is the most important piece of this. There is not a predetermined, mandated amount of financial assurance to meet the legal standard of being financially capable of fulfilling all of the obligations. As required by the Form 3, OWN calculated its option 3 financial assurance at $42.1 million using its demonstrated plug abandonment and reclamation costs of $14,000. If we use the commission's default costs for location reclamation costs and single well financial assurance, OWN's option 3 financial assurance would skyrocket to $330 million. Neither of these amounts are mandated under option 5, and neither of these fairly or accurately reflect OWN's economics or its orphan well risk. I'd like to quote a couple of pieces from the statement of basis and purpose that I feel are relevant here. The SBP at page 20 says, it would not be equitable for the commission to require operators to submit a high amount of financial assurance where there was no reasonable expectation that such amount of financial assurance would be necessary. Elsewhere in the statement of basis and purpose, sorry, that's never mind, that's the SBP quote. Separately, under option 5, we must also demonstrate that the amount of financial assurance required under option 3 is unnecessary or unreasonable given OWN's economic and operating circumstances. Again, we look forward to presenting the commission with detailed financial information and operational information so that you understand OWN's operations and economics. Armed with that information, we believe you will agree it is unnecessary and would be unreasonable to require OWN to provide option 3 financial assurance. So why is OWN pursuing option 5? OWN is pursuing option 5 because the formulaic assumptions that underlie option 3, which are based solely on average daily production, simply do not correlate with OWN's cost structures, its operational metrics, or its current and future cash flows. Consequently, the option 3 amounts of financial assurance are grossly disproportionate to OWN's orphan well risk. Commissioners, in my view, you created option 5 for exactly this circumstance. You recognized that the predetermined risk approximations based on average daily production would not correlate accurately to a specific operator's orphan well risk in every concern, in every case. At page 59 of the statement of basis and purpose, you state, the commission recognizes that a variety of circumstances may influence the appropriate amount of financial assurance. At page 5, you say, the commission seeks to tie financial assurance to the actual source of the risk to the state. That is the possibility of an individual operator's inability to comply with its obligations. In that sense, option 5 is an alternative to options 1 through 4. I quote, based on individual circumstances that demonstrate the operator is financially capable of fulfilling all the obligations imposed by the Act and the Commission's rules. That's Rule 702C5. An option 5 plan must be based on, quote, circumstances that make it unreasonable and unnecessary for the operators to submit the financial assurance amount specified in 702D1 through 4, or for other exceptional circumstances. That comes from the same rule, and 702D1 through 4 references options 1 through 4. OWN Resources is the quintessential option 5 operator. Notwithstanding a relatively low average daily production of about 11 MCFE and a relatively high percentage of low producing wells as the commission defines them, OWN is not a high orphan well risk and its economics are rock solid. There are 6 reasons why this is so. First, OWN's proved reserves in place demonstrate that its wells will generate enough free cash flow to plug, abandon, and reclaim all its wells at least 6 times over, in a conservative natural gas price environment. OWN will have all the cash flow it needs to meet its obligations. Second, the natural gas field in which OWN operates has a productive life expectancy of at least 50 more years, and the average life of its current wells is 36 years. None of these assets is nearing retirement age. Its low producing wells and even its very low producing wells are not at or near the end of their productive lives. Third, very low producing wells generate positive cash flow for OWN due to its cost structure. Wells producing as little as 1/2 of an MCF per day, 1/20th the volume of the commission's defined low producing well, contribute to OWN's bottom line. Fourth, fewer than 1% of OWN's wells are inactive. This compares to a statewide average of about 17% inactive wells. OWN plugs its wells as soon as they no longer cover their variable costs. Fifth, OWN predominantly operates shallow, vertical natural gas wells on single well locations with limited production equipment. OWN's locations are small, measured in square feet, not acres. Because OWN produces dry natural gas and not oil or natural gas liquids, it does not incur expensive to remediate oil spills or leaks. Commissioners, 4 of you have been to OWN's assets. You have toured their field. You can see with your own eyes that OWN's operations bear little or no resemblance to the DJ Basin or to the Piceance Basin. And sixth, due to its small location and shallow wells, OWN's real-world actual demonstrated cost to plug and abandon and reclaim its wells and location is approximately $14,000. That figure includes all the separate bits: decompaction, reseeding, topsoil management, slope cut and fill, all of those bits listed on page 2021 of the Statement of Basis and Purpose that staff seems to have fixated on. Shortly, Mr. Pfaff and Mr. Schneider will dive into each of these factors in greater detail. Their testimony builds on the exhibits, especially the confidential exhibits that OWN filed with its application, as well as the additional exhibits filed in the past 2 weeks. We believe the evidence and testimony show that the financial assurance OWN has proposed in its option 5 plan is right-sized to its low orphan well risk and strong finances. We look forward to answering any questions you have about OWN's operations, its finances, or its proposed plan following our presentation. At the end of the hearing, we will ask you to approve OWN's option 5 financial assurance plan as it has been presented to you. Finally, commissioners, I'd just like to summarize the plan, and after that, we will turn it over to Yuma County to give their brief presentation. So OWN Resources proposed financial assurance plan is fair, it is reasonable, and it is protective. OWN is proposing to post $8.5 million in financial assurance, which is 10 times its current plugging, abandonment, and reclamation assurance of $725,000. $2 million of those dollars will be in a blanket bond to be posted within the prescribed 90 days. $6.5 million would be in a single well financial assurance for each of OWN's wells producing less than 2.5 MCFE. Those funds will be paid into a trust fund or similar financial instrument at not less than 5% per year net of plugging costs. And OWN will update the commission on its financial assurance status every 3 years as contemplated by 702 E2 FII. So I thank you, commissioners, for your attention. And now if you can bring up Yuma County, we'll go to them and then we'll come back to OWN's presentation.
All right, thank you for the opening. I believe I see someone by the name of Brandy Ritchie, Yuma County. Is that who we need to hear from next?
Ms. Ritchie is the administrative assistant. Commissioner Scott Weaver is the intended witness.
Okay,
Maybe
I
Ms.
see
Ritchie.
Mr. Weaver.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Weaver.
Good afternoon, Chairman Robinson. I want to thank you for letting us come on here, and I want to thank the rest of the commissioners. We are here to talk about own resources from our perspective, from the commissioner's perspective, from Yuma County's perspective. One of the things that I want to just point out real quickly, and as we go through what we're going to talk about, is kind of a highlight, a key for us in our relationship with OWN, and it's communication. Communication is number one for Yuma County. And one of the things that Niels has done with us in our relationships has used communication to the fullest. And everything that he does, everything that he has proposed to us, and every action that he takes, he's 100% committed to communication. So I just wanted to highlight that at the beginning. While the details of OWN's proposed financial assurance are beyond our purview, it's really not in our wheelhouse as county commissioners. We're confident in expressing that as far as Yuma County is concerned, there are no concerns that we have with OWN in fulfilling their obligations through this financial assurance and the P&A of these wells. OWN employs more than 45 Yuma County residents in full-time jobs with salaries and benefits on the high end of the local spectrum, contributing directly to the spending power within the local economy. OWN has contributed on an average 8 to 10% of Yuma County's revenue. They are a major partner of us, for us, within us, and with us. So we highly regard both Niels and the OWN resources as a group. OWN's operation generates critical revenue for all the other additional local businesses that serve the area. The Napa stores, the tire stores, all kinds of different stores, our gas stations. We really rely on OWN resources for a lot of that, and they contribute quite a bit to that local economy. Not to mention the royalty payments that OWN has been giving to the residents of Yuma County for quite some time. And I've never had within the county any complaints in regards to any of that. One of the other things I wanted to just point out over the last, I think since 2019, from what I know and from what I've been told, OWN has P&A'd over 50 wells. And like was stated by Mr. Lepore, OWN resources P&As their wells when they need to P&A them. And they don't have to be told to P&A them. They actually do it when it's not effective for them to have it on anymore. So when you look at that, OWN's P&A, less than 1% of OWN's right now that we're being told are inactive wells. And when you compare that to the state, we've got a pretty good operator within Yuma County, and we're very proud of him. And this is how he has conducted business, whether it's P&A and wells, whether it's just civic duties that he has done throughout the county. He has always been very, very quick to act and does not want to create any waves within the community. From what I understand, he's 18th highest natural gas producer in Colorado, and he's done very well within the boundaries of Yuma County, and we're very proud to have him in the county. So I'm gonna cut mine a little short because I would really like to get back into the meat of these topics that you guys are most interested in. We wish, as Yuma County, we wish to express our gratitude to OWN for making their home and investing not just economically, but civically in Yuma County, which they have done greatly. We respectively request your consideration, Ms. Commissioners, of Yuma County's strong partnership and successful experience in working with OWN and your consideration of OWN's financial assurance plan. From the county commissioners, from Yuma County, and I think I can speak for every resident in Yuma County. They're a very respected company, and they do what they need to do to run their business efficiently, effectively, and we are very proud to have them. If I could choose to have 30 of them like him, I would. We all know that we don't, but he's been a pillar in our community. And I thank you guys, and I really hope that you consider Plan 5 for OWN resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weaver. We do appreciate the local government's perspective and viewpoint. And so we thank you for the time spent with us this morning or this afternoon. Does any commissioner have any questions of Commissioner Weaver? All right, you did such a good job. You didn't elicit any questions. So thank you very much.
And I've actually gotten the privilege to meet quite a few of you. And you have visited us, and the ones that I haven't, the newer ones, you guys are invited anytime to come out, and we've done several tours with OWN resources, and it's a good operation. So I appreciate you guys letting me be on here. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Lepore, are you ready to move into the next section of this presentation, the case in chief?
If I could, Chairman,
yeah,
just
go ahead.
one more thing. I'm actually at a conference in Vail, and we got a bunch of meetings I got to get to. Are you guys needing me on here anymore? I would love to stay, but I got a bunch of other things.
No problem. I think you're good to go. And again, we thank you for the time and for taking time out of your meeting in Vail to be with us. We appreciate it.
I thank all of you commissioners and you, Chairman. Hope to talk to you soon. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Lepore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our thanks to Commissioner Weaver and Yuma County for participating in and supporting OWN's financial assurance plan. I am now going to turn things over to the co-owners of OWN Resources, Mr. Pfaff and Mr. Schneider, and Ms. Cantrell will come up a little bit later. They are going to walk the commission through in some depth the factors demonstrating that OWN is a low orphan well risk capable of meeting its obligations under the Act and rules. They will discuss OWN's operations in details. Sorry, I'll try that again. They will discuss OWN's operations in detail, including its small well footprint, low operating costs, demonstrated PA&R costs, and then they will turn to OWN's strong and stable economics, why low producing wells generate substantial cash flows, the very long lives of OWN's natural gas assets and wells, and the underlying asset value and future cash flows. Adding all of those things together leads to the conclusion that OWN is a low orphan well risk, and its proposed option 5 financial assurance plan is fair, equitable, and protected. Ed and Niels, if you guys will take it from here, introduce yourselves, and then we'll carry on with their testimony.
Great. Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, public at large. I'm Ed Schneider. I'm a partner and co-owner of OWN Resources. I have a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering and an MBA. I spent my first 8 years as engineer and production manager for Solvay Polymers, and spent this next 10 years at McKinsey & Company, which is a management and strategy consulting firm. The first half of that time, I was a consultant focused on oil and gas. And then the second half, I was a co-founder of McKinsey's Energy Insights, where I led the due diligence efforts and operational benchmarking efforts focused on U.S. onshore oil and gas. Niels?
Thank you. Hey guys, time out. I'm looking around and I believe we've lost Commissioner Messner, and he just texted me that he lost internet. Can we take a few minutes and make sure that he's available for the full presentation?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Let's he's trying to log back in, so let's give him a few minutes. Why don't we take the opportunity to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get going with the case in chief. And apologies for the internet connections. return at 2:46. Commissioner, welcome back. Sorry you had internet troubles. We were just getting started with case in chief. Mr. Schneider had introduced himself and we were about to hear from Mr. Pfaff as well. Mr. Schneider, if you want to restart or if you just want to know that we all know you, it's whatever you want to do. It's your call.
Yeah, I think we can move on with Niels.
Okay. Matt, I just want to make sure you have control and can share exhibits and share slides.
Saying I have control might be a stretch, but I do have the slides and I can share them.
I am Niels Pfaff, managing partner and co-owner of Own Resources. I have a bachelor's degree in mining and petroleum engineering, a master's degree in exploration geophysics, and an MBA. Worked for around 15 years at McKinsey & Company, mostly in the oil and gas practice. Became a partner there in 2008 and started Own Resources together with Ed Schneider in early 2016. Own Resources focuses on operating mature assets. We like to improve fields by working existing wells instead of drilling new ones. We improve our fields by 1, focusing on safe operations, safe for our people, safe for our community, safe for the environment, and safe for wildlife. 2, we also focus on slowing the decline of our fields, basically extending the life of our fields. We have taken the decline of our fields down from 10 to 15% per year to around 5 to 6% per year. Thirdly, we focus on efficient spending with clear return on investment for every dollar. We are not cheap. We invest a lot in our assets. We are good at distributed operations, having the guys out there tending their wells and compressor stations with standard procedures, a standard toolkit, and a standard set of replacement parts on their trucks, which enables them to get pumps fixed and up and running faster. We are also good at integration of our assets, owning the production as well as gathering and saltwater disposal systems, avoids extra costs from third parties, enables us to integrate gathering systems that are close to each other, scale down midstream operations in areas where we have less gas, and move around equipment. Fourth, we focus on plugging, abandoning, and remediating wells as we go. In many parts of the industry, P&A is still an afterthought. For us, it isn't. It is part of our decision on when we acquire an asset, part of our annual planning and budget cycle, and part of our daily operations. Wells get plugged when they stop contributing to our bottom line. And finally, we operate our assets with a conservative balance sheet. We are always prepared for the next gas price down cycle, which always comes in oil and gas. Low debt levels and low break-even costs. And we have them both. Make us weather all cycles. We've been applying this mature asset strategy in Colorado and Kansas since 2018. Since then, we've acquired around 3,800 wells in eastern Colorado and western Kansas, which we acquired mostly through 4 acquisitions. The first company we acquired was a bankrupt company called Augustus Energy, which was private equity backed. All these companies were mostly focused on drilling in the shallow Niobrara and not good at operating mature assets. Business strategies matter and make companies successful in certain basins and fail in others. We believe that over the last 5 years, Own Resources has significantly extended the economic life of our fields and created a portfolio of low-cost, long-lived assets and has reduced the orphaned well risk significantly for the state. Our Colorado position of 3,290 shallow gas wells, 2 oil wells, and 19 saltwater disposal wells, of which 261 are federal or tribal, which results in 3,050 wells being part of this issuance hearing. The average well production is 10 to 11 MCF a day per well, with 58% low producing wells when using the COGCC definition, and less than 1% of our wells are inactive. Low producing wells, as defined, by the COGCC at 10 MCF a day are highly economic wells in our fields. These wells have an expected economic life of more than 40 years and will earn its own P&A and R cost 10 times over. I would love to acquire another 1,000 of these wells today. For us, a well producing 2.5 MCF a day has an economic life of over 20 years and will earn its own P&A and R costs twice over. Why is that? Our wells are different than most wells in the state. Lower production per well, but also smaller above and below ground footprint with simpler equipment, which results in low operating costs and plugging, abandonment, and reclamation costs. The exhibit on the screen right now, which is a screenshot of a part of Exhibit E, shows our 4 categories of typical wells. Wells are shallow with an average depth of 2,487 feet, and less than 1% of the wells deeper than 4,000 feet. All except the oil wells and saltwater disposals produce dry gas, with around half of our wells also having the capability to pump water from the subsurface, which enhances gas production. The surface footprint with our 4 types of wells is below 0.02 acres. This limited downhole and above ground equipment and footprint results in very low operating and P&A and R costs, making small wells economic. You can see another picture of what it looks like, what our wells look like in the landscape. Now let me talk about our plugging, abandonment, and reclamation approach and strategy. Our asset retirement plan is simple. When an own well reaches the end of its useful life, own plugs and abandons the well and reclaims the location. It does not maintain an inventory of inactive wells and will not be placing any wells onto the out of service list. Fundamentally, OWN's asset retirement plan is to continue doing what it has always done. Reduce its wells until they no longer contribute to the bottom line, and then timely plug, abandon, and reclaim each such well in compliance with Rule 434C1. OWN continually monitors the number of wells it expects will stop contributing to the bottom line in the near term and adjusts its annual P&A and R budget accordingly. For 2023 through 2042, OWN expects to P&A and R around 50 to 60 wells every year. This asset retirement plan has led to us P&A-ing 51 wells between 2019 and 2022. This year, we are expecting to plug between 45 to 50 wells. So far, this year, we are far along on 40 of them. P&A and R as we go strategy is evident with less than 1% of our wells being inactive and 0 wells on the out of service list. Please look at the slide that Matt is putting up. At the time of the assurance plan submission last November, we had 19 wells on the inactive list. We don't wait, but take action. Let's look at that together. Of those 19 wells, 4 have been brought back to injection or production. 5 have been cut and capped. 9 have been cemented, waiting for cut and cap. And 1 we are waiting on crops. Basically, 18 of the 19 wells are far along the path to return to production or P&A. This shows a track record of action, not just planning for action. The same is true for our reclamation history. On May 19th, we had 56 well sites that had not yet passed final reclamation. Of these 56, 17 had final Form 4s filed and are waiting for final state inspection. 12 were ready to file a final Form 4. 24 were waiting for regrowth and had regrowth anywhere between 20 and 70%. And 3 still have active reclamation activity. With an average of 2 to 4 years of regrowth time in this region, We believe these are not high numbers. I think we're now into a part where we were going to discuss confidential business information.
That's correct. Niels, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, we now do need to exit the public sphere and go into executive session. I think a good faith estimate is that we have about 20 minutes, maybe 30. Actually, no, I take that back. We probably have 10 or 15 minutes of testimony in executive session. And then we'll go to Ms. Cantrell, again, who is part of her testimony is not confidential and the remainder is. So we'll look to you to guide us through how we do this.
Okay, so first, I would like Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport to explain to the rest of the 57 folks that are listening in this executive session procedural move and how it's appropriate given the circumstances.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and parties, members of the public. The Colorado Open Meetings Law provides that state agencies may go into executive session for a number of different purposes. The one that I think this commissioner is most familiar with is to receive legal advice, but it also allows to go into executive session to review matters to be kept confidential by state law or rules or state statutes. That includes confidential business information that should be protected from disclosure. So the process is the same. We'll have, I'll briefly recite the purpose of going into executive session, and then the commission can vote and choose whether or not to go into executive session.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Just on the process, my understanding is that staff will send an email to OWN's participants, our witnesses. We should log out of this Zoom and then open that link that we get from staff. Is that correct?
That is, in fact, what I believe is going to happen. We have a different link that is our e-session link that is only to commissioners. And this time we will send that to you and your witnesses, and then the commissioners, you and your witnesses will attend it via that link, and then we'll come back after we're done to this link for the continuance of the public portion of the meeting. Ms. Larson, how much of that did I get wrong?
None. 100% correct. And if I could just ask Ms. Amaro to forward that link now to the OWN participants, we'll be set.
Yes.
And Mr. Lepore, that's you and the two witnesses that testified so far, as well as Mr. Cantrell?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, go ahead. AAG Davenport, do you want to recite the actual motion?
Thank you,
Or did
Chair.
you already?
No, I did not already.
Okay.
I will do that now. Commissioners, pursuant to open meetings law, this commission is entitled to enter into executive session at this meeting pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 246402(3)A Roman 3, which is to examine matters to be kept confidential by state statute. Mr. Chair, I encourage you to request a motion to enter executive session for that purpose.
So encouraged.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Cross, second by Commissioner McGowan. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Okay, folks, we'll be back in 15-20 minutes or maybe a little bit longer. You're more than welcome to stay in this Zoom link because this is the one we're going to be returning to for the continuance of the public portion of the docket under consideration. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll be back soon.
Mr. Chair, if it's the commission's pleasure, I can just, while we're waiting for everybody, get us out of executive session.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're returning from executive session in which OWN Resources presented confidential business information related to their financial assurance plan application. The commission did not take any votes, deliberate, or make any decisions in the course of that executive session. And Mr. Chair, we now need a motion to exit the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are back in the public public portion of docket 2111000287, the own financial assurance plan proposal. With that, we would recognize Mr. Lepore for his next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. OWN at this time would like to call Miss Candace Cantrell. And Chair, I'm going to do a more traditional question and answer testimony here, just so you aren't surprised. Ms. Cantrell, can you hear me okay?
I can.
And can the commission hear Ms. Cantrell and myself?
We can.
Ms. Cantrell, would you please introduce yourself to the commission?
My name is Candace Cantrell, and I am a petroleum engineer located in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Ms. Cantrell. And could you tell us a bit about your education, training, and experience?
Yes, I graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a bachelor's in petroleum engineering in 2009. I then went to work for Continental Resources as a reservoir engineer. I began working in the states of Montana, South Dakota, and North Dakota on some enhanced oil recovery projects that Continental has up in that part of the states. I worked that as well as Oklahoma for 6.5 years with Continental, doing a variety of reservoir engineering tasks, which include the reserve reports that we're going to be talking about today and looking at well economics. I then went to work for Devon Energy, which is also here in Oklahoma City. I worked very shortly there in the Powder River Basin before coming over to Pinnacle as a consulting engineer, where I am still doing reservoir engineering work. But I not only do reserves, I am weekly in front of the Oklahoma Corporation Commission doing regulatory hearings for a variety of clients. Some of those are large clients, some of those are small, and have been doing reservoir engineering work and reserves type reports for the entirety of my career.
Thank you. And Ms. Cantrell, do you have any prior experience as an expert witness?
Yes, I do present information to the Corporation Commission on a weekly basis, every Monday and Tuesday, and sometimes Wednesday, Thursday, Friday if we're protested, and have done that since being here at Pinnacle, which has been for the last 7.5 years.
Thank you. And do you have any other professional credentials?
I do. I am a registered professional engineer here in the state of Oklahoma since 2013.
Thank you, Ms. Cantrell. I'm going to jump to a slightly different topic, and that concerns the specific reserves report that Pinnacle Energy prepared for OWN Resources. Are you familiar with that reserves report?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in preparing the reserve report?
I did.
What role did you play in preparing that report?
I reviewed all of the information, including the lease operating statements, financial information, as well as the well production that was forecasted to prepare the report.
And could you describe for the commission some of your experience preparing reserve reports generally, not just limited to the OWN reserves report?
Yes, we prepare reserve reports all year long. We work with large and small companies to prepare reports. We use these reports to present to banks and financial institutions. Companies also use these reports for in-house evaluations of cash flows. I also have some clients which are publicly traded, and so we prepare those reports to present to the SEC for those companies. And we also use reports for individuals who may need them for tax purposes, for estate evaluations, deaths, divorces, all kinds of different legal reasons. We also use the reports for those as well.
Thank you, Ms. Cantrell. And you say that you use those reports. Can I assume that your clients like OWN also use those reports for similar purposes?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Chair, I would like to offer Ms. Cantrell as an expert witness to testify about the specifics of OWN resources reserves report, and more generally about reserves reports, if there are questions around that.
Okay.
Okay, now either I'm frozen or the chair is frozen.
I think it might be him.
Somebody want to, can somebody text? There he is, maybe? Yes, no?
I texted Chair Robbins, so my guess is he's frozen for a moment. He'll come back in as soon as he can. Until that happens, we'll see his frozen screen.
Okay.
We'll give it a second or two.
Tough internet day, seemingly. Mr. Chair, you're back, but you're on mute right now.
All right. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
I don't know what happened. We do not have thunderstorms near the place that I am located, but I was just saying that Ms. Cantrell is recognized as an expert. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Cantrell, I want to I'm going to loop back just a little bit and ask you, now that we've gotten you qualified, what has been your working relationship with OWN Resources? When did you first work for OWN?
Pinnacle has been preparing reserve reports for OWN since 2018.
And with what frequency have you worked with them?
And we prepare their reports on a yearly basis, so usually at the year end of every year.
Correct. Are there other services that Pinnacle has provided to OWN?
No.
Does Pinnacle have any direct interest in OWN Resources whatsoever?
No, we do not.
Is it fair to describe Pinnacle as an independent third party?
Yes, it is.
And I apologize if I asked you this, if I asked you and you answered, you can tell me that. I know you participated in the report, the reserves report prepared for OWN, and this is September 22, 2000, and I'll get it right, 2022 mid-year reserves report that is part of Commission Exhibit G to our application. What role did you play in preparing that report?
Yes, I reviewed the production for the wells and forecasted that production. And I also reviewed the financial information that was provided, which we input into our database to run our report and to tie that out to the lease operating statement that they provided.
Thank you. Are there ethical standards that govern Pinnacle when you prepare a reserves report?
There are. All of the engineers here at Pinnacle, including myself, are licensed professional engineers in the state of Oklahoma. We do have ethical guidelines for being a professional engineer. The gist of those is to hold paramount safety, health, and welfare of the public in the performance of our professional duties. There are many expectations. Some of these are to maintain confidentiality, to only sign documents that conform with the accepted practices of what we are qualified to do, not to engage in any fraudulent or dishonest business, and to notify the appropriate authorities if we do see something like that and it needs to be addressed. We shall only practice in the areas of our competence, and that includes signing reserve reports that we are under direct control of or supervise, and to be truthful in both reports and in statements or testimony, and to market the services honestly, fairly, and equitable, and again, just being dedicated to the public health, safety, and welfare. as the bottom line.
Thank you. Are there any SEC, Securities Exchange Commission standards that apply when you are preparing a reserves report?
Yes, for a reserves report, we do follow SEC standards of oil and gas, even if we are not reporting to the SEC. We do follow those as a standard guideline for oil and gas.
Thank you. Would you have an obligation to report a situation in which you believed, exposed a company, the company you were reviewing, to economic instability?
Yes. That would be reported in whatever report we provide to whoever is asking that of us.
Okay, thank you. And now, not referring to OWN's specific reserves report, would you tell the commission a little bit, please, about the general process that Pinnacle goes through to prepare a reserves and economic evaluation?
Yes, we review production for all producing wells, and we forecast that production to get an estimated ultimate recovery of an individual well or maybe a lease or unit. We also review the lease operating statements of those wells to determine the price differentials, the taxes, and any operating expenses that we need to apply to those wells in our database. If there are undeveloped locations, we'll review what those wells will look like when they come online. We will determine timing for any work and make sure that we have that set up at a reasonable time to get work done if needed. And then also look at what the current price deck is, whether we use NYMEX pricing or whether it's a specific bank that we need to provide it to.
Thank you. Are those processes that Pinnacle follows, are those processes standardized, generally accepted practices within the oil and gas industry?
Yes.
How does Pinnacle use production decline curves?
We review the production of a well and we will forecast any historical data that we have in order to project what we estimate the future production of that well will look like.
Thank you. For an operator like OWN, what purpose does a reserves and economic evaluation serve?
A reserve and economic evaluation will provide an estimate of the future cash flow at a projected price model. These cash flows can be used to determine future plans for existing wells, as well as determining what cash flow may be available for additional acquisitions, workovers to wells, which may not be online currently, potential new locations to add to inventory, and also cash flow that is available for P&A costs for plugging and abandonment.
Thank you. Is it typical for companies to keep a current reserves and economic evaluation on hand?
Yes, the companies will use them in-house for themselves, but many are required to have them annually for their banks or financial institutions. Also for companies that may have joint interest partners that review this information. A lot of times we run reports annually for clients, but there are some instances where it is required to do semi-annual or even quarterly, depending on what the needs are.
And I apologize if this is, if I'm repeating myself again or somewhat redundant, but a reserves report that Pinnacle prepares could be used by a publicly traded company to report to the SEC. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Is there information in a reserves and economic evaluation that the operator provides to Pinnacle that Pinnacle does not independently verify?
We do not audit any of the lease operating statements or production data that is provided. We are not auditors. We take the information that's provided and we make sure that when we do our runs, that we are matching what they provided. We review these financials year over year for many companies, including OWN. We also can compare those with other operators that are in similar basins, similar shallow gas basins, but we do not go in-house and audit that information specifically.
You referenced similar basins. Are you aware of other basins? Have you done work in other basins that you would consider comparable to the field where OWN operates?
Yes, we do reserve reports for other groups who operate large fields such as this with a large number of shallow gas wells.
And what field is that?
There is one specifically in Osage County in northeastern Oklahoma that is comparable to this.
Thank you. If you've noticed year-over-year changes for a client like OWN for whom you've done work year-over-year, if you notice some changes in, for example, the lease operating statement, how would you handle that?
Yes, so since we do these reports year over year, we always have what we had done the previous year when we're starting a new report. If there is any changes to production or to expenses that is out of the ordinary or that stands out, I will ask the client what those changes are, if that's something that is supposed to be there, or what may be happening to make sure that we apply those appropriately.
Thank you. In your last, in the 2022 mid-year report that you prepared for OWN, did you identify any changes, anything out of the ordinary, any anomalies?
I don't think there was anything significant, but I'm sure I asked them a couple of questions about a few different things, maybe a change in well count or something like that.
Thank you. Okay, again, just generally speaking, does a reserves and economic evaluation take into account the future cost to an operator of plugging, abandoning, and reclaiming its wells and well sites?
The plugging costs can be included in a report. However, generally, they are not included in the reserve report. These costs are for future work that may or may not be done at a certain point in time. If there are not any current plans to spend capital for plugging a well or even working over a well, then there isn't any reason that we would include that in a report.
Thank you. And finally, based on your experience, does a reserves and economic evaluation provide a reliable, fair, and complete picture of an operator's assets' future cash flows?
Yes, it does. In my opinion, this is the best estimate of future cash flow using a current or projected price model, along with any cost information that we know of at the time of the report to estimate what that future cash flow will look like.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that concludes my questions of this witness to the extent that they are not confidential.
Okay. What is your next witness, or where are you going next with your presentation so I can get a sense of next steps?
Sure. There are a series of questions that are specific to the OWN reserves report that I want to ask Ms. Cantrell or have Ms. Cantrell testify about. But those do involve very sensitive confidential business information, so we need to do that in executive session. And go ahead.
Okay, so we need to go back into a confidential business information executive session, and then we'll come back out of that, and then you'll finalize your presentation. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. AG Davenport, please explain the next steps.
Thank you, Chair. Similar, the same process we followed just a few minutes ago in regard to confidential business information. What meetings law authorizes the commission to go into executive session to receive testimony, examine that confidential business information. I won't go through my script entirely since we've already done it once, but we do need a motion to go into executive session for that purpose.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Ackerman, second from Commissioner Cross. Do we, all those in favor of the motion to go into executive session signify by saying aye? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so once again, folks, the commissioners will leave this meeting. We'll go into an executive session Zoom link. We'll be back here. Mr. Lepore has already left. I was trying to get a sense of how much time it's going to be. Ms. Cantrell, do you have any idea of time? You're muted.
I will take this question since Mr. Lepore is already gone. This is Niels.
Yes, sir.
I think it's probably another 15 minutes with Ms. Cantrell, but then we'll, after that, and I will talk about a few other pieces of confidential information. So I would say in total, 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep the public apprised of how we're doing this. So let's say 40 minutes, because I'm also going to tell us all to return to the executive session at 3:51 and take a 10-minute break. So if everyone will leave this meeting, go into the executive session, arrive there by 3:51, and then we'll have 30 minutes possibly, and we'll be back here 4:30-ish in range. So we'll see everybody in the executive session. We'll be back here to the public at about 4:30.
Thank you.
All right, this is the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission and docket 221100287. I would call upon AAG Davenport for explanation and next steps.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, pursuant to open meetings law, the commission entered into an executive session for the purpose of examining own resources confidential business information in relation to their financial assurance application. In the course of that executive session, the commission did not deliberate, make any decisions, or vote on anything. We now need a motion to exit that executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Messner, second from Commissioner McGowan to exit executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are out of executive session. Mr. Lepore, you are recognized for your next witness and or next steps in your presentation. You are muted.
Thank you. Mr. Pfaff says he needs to be elevated. Not sure why that would be so, but that's what he says.
Just give us a second to get that taken care of.
There we go.
Thank you. I will continue. We went through a lot of material. Jumping between confidential and non-confidential hearing items. I want to make sure that all commissioners understand how we thought all these pieces of information fit together. Attached on the screen is a simple schematic that shows all the elements that we have shared with you. Based on these elements, we hope that you conclude that Own Resources has a low orphan well risk and is able to meet all our requirements under the rules many times over. We have tried to show that to you by 1, showing that Own Resources is a responsible operator. 2, showing that P&A and our costs are the demonstrated costs as we had shared. And 3, showing that our small and simple footprint leads to low operating costs, which leads to small wells being highly economic, which leads to significant cash flows for many years to come. Again, Own Resources has a low orphan well risk to the state with the ability to meet all its requirements under the rules many times over. That is why we have asked for an option 5 assurance plan. The plan we propose is an assurance package of just over $8.5 million, which is over 10 times the current bonding level. The plan consists out of the following parts. Part 1, a single well financial assurance for our least economic wells. All wells that have 2.5 MCF a day production, which are economic wells with more than 20 years life to us, as we have shown to you. Also, we will pay single well financial assurance for 100% of these wells, not 90% or 95% as is allowed for options 1 and 2 respectively. We have 464 such wells multiplied by a demonstrated cost of 14,000 results in 6.5 million sinking fund to be paid over 20 years at 5% a year net of P&A credits. Part 2. Blanket bond for wells that produce 2.5 MCF a day or more. Here we propose a blanket bond level of 5% of demonstrated costs. Why 5%? That is more than option 1, which is around 3%, and less than option 2, around 9% coverage. For the remaining 2,586 wells, there will be a blanket bond of around $1.8 million. Then there's some additional bonding, another 145,000 for other oil and gas facilities under Rule 703, and 100,000 service owner protection bonds under Rule 704. We propose to review every 3 years, where we present a similar set of facts and adjust accordingly. If in 3 years we have more wells that are below the 2.5 MCFE, they will be added to the single well financial assurance element of our financial assurance plan. Similarly, if our demonstrated costs go up, we will need to increase our blanket bonding amounts, etc. This is a dynamic assurance model. Finally, for the first year single well financial assurance, we propose to post a surety bond so that we can work with the COGCC staff on establishing a sinking fund that conforms with the Commission rules. We are pursuing 2 options. Option 1, a trust fund approach. And option 2, we are working with an insurance company that is proposing a life insurance type product. Several of you have also had discussions around this possible insurance product. Matt, this closes out my option 5 description.
Thank you, Niels. Commissioners, we're down the home stretch. OWN has brought this option 5 assurance plan to you so that you can right size its financial assurance obligation based on its particular operations and economics. OWN is not a large orphan well risk. Its operating costs, including its demonstrated plugging, abandonment, and reclamation costs, are low. Its low producing wells and even its low producing wells are economic. Its field life and its average well life are measured in decades, as you have heard. OWN has demonstrated that it is financially capable of fulfilling all of its obligations under the Act and the Commission's rules based on its operating and economic circumstances in the record before you today. Based on that record, it is unreasonable and unnecessary to require OWN to provide financial assurance under the Commission's default assumptions of orphan well risk associated with option 3. OWN's proposed package of single well financial assurance for 100% of its low producing wells, meaning less than 2.5 MCFE, combined with the blanket financial assurance equal to 5% of its demonstrated plugging, abandonment, and reclamation cost for all other wells, is fair, reasonable, and commensurate with its minimal orphan well risk. OWN asks that you approve the proposed option 5 financial assurance plan as presented in its application, exhibits, and through the witness testimony you have heard today. Thank you for your time and attention, and we are more than happy to answer questions.
Okay. Looking back at our script, we do have response presentation by staff, response presentation by OWN. Do we want to take commissioner questions first? And that's kind of a generic question out to everybody, including you, Mr. Lepore.
To me, first I was only paying half attention. So I think you asked, do we want to go to commissioner questions before the staff's presentation? My inclination is that it would be valuable to hear staff's presentation.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I agree. I think it's better to get staff's presentation and then any response that you would like to attribute. And then at the end, we'll be in a spot to take commissioner questions. Let me, if Director Murphy, if you could visualize, I know you have a hard stop or hard stop and start, and I want to be cognizant of that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Scott Cuthbertson, who's done a lot of the work on this, had a hard stop at 4, and so we have a little glitch here. But I think that I want to. I hope everybody's braced for this, but staff doesn't have a really strong formal presentation to walk through. And so I can get into some of the pieces that have framed our analysis of this option 5, and I'd be happy to talk through that now if that would work.
Well,
and so
tell me, I don't want you to be hamstrung by the absence of Deputy Director Cuthbertson. You know, we could, if it makes sense, you know, stop for the day, start back up tomorrow morning with staff's full-on presentation. You could have Scott by your side. You know, I think we've set aside the whole day tomorrow, and I think we can get through the remainder of this as well as our other docket timely tomorrow. So I'm really looking to you, Director Murphy, to let me know what makes the most sense.
I would propose that I can go ahead and again make the remarks on behalf of staff that we would like to deliver. I think that at that point, you know, OWN is welcome, obviously, to continue through the presentation. And then if there are specific questions that come up that I'm either unable to answer or that staff or that the commissioners want to directly ask Deputy Director Cuthbertson, we can take that up tomorrow morning. But I think that the director's recommendation summarizes the position pretty concretely for staff in terms of what it's done and what it looked at and looking at the breadth of the issues. And so I'd be happy to, again, make those remarks and then allow the hearing to move forward. I know we've had a long day. And so if the preference from commissioners is to break now and come back tomorrow morning, that's fine too.
Well, I just,
and yes, I do have a tricky stop at 4:30 to like 4:45.
yeah, I'm inclined that we halt the hearing today and just take this up in the morning. That way we'll hear from staff all in one fell swoop. And then the operator can be responsive however they want, and we can go into commissioner questions. And I think we can get through this fairly expeditiously. Mr. Lepore, would you and your client be okay with that?
Chair, I need to confirm that Ms. Cantrell in particular is available. We didn't plan on, we're going to start at 11:45. We thought we'd be done by now. So I don't know. I think she's important potentially for obvious reasons. So
yeah.
Cantrell, I think you have said that you are available in the morning. Is that accurate?
I am available in the morning, but I have some obligations outside of the office in the afternoon. And I am an hour behind you, so keep that in mind when we're thinking of morning.
She's actually an hour ahead of us.
Oh, I mean ahead of you, yes.
Right. Okay, well, if we start back up at 9, I think staff is suggesting they're going to be 20 minutes maybe. And then OWN would have a chance for response. I can't imagine that's going to be a huge undertaking. So I think we're getting into questions from commissioners probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, which is 10:30, 11 o'clock your time. And then I think, you know, give us an hour for questions and then we're into deliberations. I think all that works, but does that seem workable to, I don't know when afternoon starts for you, Ms. Cantrell, and you'll be not available.
I just have to leave here around 1, which would be 12 your time.
Okay. Commissioner Messmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm okay with this if this is what we decide to do, but I think I'm hearing from staff that there's not a lot of additional information that they're going to be able to provide short of what they have provided in the director's recommendation. And, you know, it may be opportune right now, since we have folks here, to be able to allow commissioners to start asking questions and, you know, start down that process, although I don't want to not allow the applicant to be able to finish their presentation. And if they feel like that's important for their case in chief to have the director or staff's response, then I would understand that. But I'm not hearing that there's going to be a lot of additional information provided.
So what's your suggestion, Commissioner Messner?
My suggestion is that the applicant finish their case in chief and we move forward to commissioner questions and finish out the day here, but whatever works for folks.
May I offer thoughts? Mr.
Go
Chair?
ahead, Mr. Lepore.
We are finished with our case in chief.
That's what I thought.
So I think my request only is that we have the opportunity to respond to whatever staff might say. I tend to agree with Commissioner Messner. I don't think there's going to, I don't think they're going to surprise us very much. I think it's probably in the director's recommendation. So I think that my clients and my witnesses, everybody's ready, willing, and able to respond to questions. And tomorrow morning, we need to be here to hear from the director and the staff and respond to that. We can do that.
Okay, well then, I mean, I'm good with moving into Q&A from commissioners at this point. I don't know if we'll get through it all. I was planning on stopping at around 5, but we can get started. And then knowing full well that we're going to hear from the director and deputy director Cuthbertson, whether it's minimal or not, tomorrow morning, first thing, and then we'll get back into additional Q&A. So it's 4:22, so we'll plan on another 30-40 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll see where we are at. And then in order to undertake Q&A, commissioners, we need to be cognizant of the confidential business information and questions. We'll start with questions from that just does not involve CBI. And if then we have additional questions, we can always go back into a third executive session. So with that, I'll start it off. I mean, I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate that from the file and from the information that's presented that the company is doing well and well poised and is not a risk for orphan wells. But I did not. So there at the very end, you guys sort of summarized your plan and you picked this low producing number, which is not the same as the number that we have in our rules, but you did provide information as to why the number in your plan should be different, because lower producing wells are still economic for you. And I'm rambling, but I guess one of my questions is with regard to the blanket bond. You did 5% of demonstrated cost, and you said that that's higher than 1 and lower than 3 at 3% and 9%. Can you further sort of flesh out how it is you arrived at that number for the blanket bond? I guess that's my question number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Pfaff to take the first run at that.
I wouldn't say there is a real hard analysis behind it, except for the fact that after we've taken out our single well financial assurance wells, the wells that are left are very economic wells. We're not putting any single well financial, we don't take a cut of like 5% or 10% of the wells that are I guess put to the side, or an allowance. And so I think if you compare it then with an option or an option 1 or an option 2 type of operator based on what's left, it feels that that risk is in for those wells is within that range. I think that's how I would answer that.
Okay, and again, option 5 doesn't have a ton of criteria, so we're all having to sort of work through this. What about the single well financial assurance and the sinking fund at 5% a year, paid in over 20 years? Where did those percentage numbers derive from?
So I'm not sure exactly. Are you asking the 2.5 MCF, or are you asking about where the 5% over 20 years comes from?
The 5% over 20 years.
I think when we look at our solution, we've tried to take approaches that were part of our different options that were there. One part is a blanket bond for wells that you trust. The other part is a bit of a sinking fund, like an option 3 or an option 4, over 20 years, 5% a year. And I think we've taken basically a flavor of each of those two. And that's what's part, I guess, of option 3 is 20 years, 5% a year sinking fund type of approach.
Yeah, if I can just echo that, it is the option 3. Option 3, 20 years, 5% a year.
Okay. And what could be woven? So, gosh, this CBI stuff and non-CBI stuff makes for tricky questions. But at some point, you guys talked about the fact that when a well becomes non-economic, you take care of it. And I think you mentioned that you do like 50 a year, and hopefully none of that's confidential. What kind of assurances could be woven into an option 5 plan that recognizes that commitment by your company to take care of those wells? I don't see that in your plan. And I think that's a positive. And I think that's something you're doing anyway. And so is there a way for us to weave that commitment into this plan so that we can show, we can review, we can analyze every 3 years, we can look at the wells that you plugged and abandoned and give you an attaboy for that kind of thing? And did you consider that as part of your plan?
So I think we would consider putting something like that in, but we felt that that's already part of the rules, right? The director can review our plan every year, and we are proposing every 3 years to bring a similar, what I think is a pretty damn robust set of data. I mean, we're opening the kimono quite wide. And if in 3 years from now, you don't like what you see, things can change, right? This is not, in my mind, one discussion, and we don't talk in the next 50 years anymore. As I also said in my comments, if in 3 years we come here and our 2.5 MCF well base has gone up, I think our single well financial assurance bond needs to go up. So I felt that was already as part of the rules embedded in there, where every year the director can call us in basically, and we come in front of you every 3 years. If the commission thinks there are other ways that you want to do that, or maybe some other commitments that you want to have in there, I think we will be open to discuss that too.
Well, and I know the director reviews it on a yearly basis, and you're pledging a 3-year review, but I don't know that the director can, compel you to do what you are already doing in terms of plugging and abandoning wells. And so I don't know. I just find that to be one component of your business plan that could be woven into this to provide some transparency to the work you're already doing in not having inactive wells, which a lot of other operators have. And instead, you go from producing to plugging and abandoning. You don't go into an inactive cycle. So I don't know. I just throw that out there for consideration. Mr. Lepore, you're nodding your head. Did you want to say something?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm nodding my head because I think I'm following your line of thought, and generally agree. And I also agree with what Mr. Pfaff said. I think part of the beauty of this is the dynamic model that Neil's described. It's almost a living document. I don't think that's one of your favorite terms, but it's intended to adjust up and down as wells come on and offline, go up and down above or below 2.5%, get plugged, etc.
Okay. Well, those were my initial question marks beside my notes. I really appreciated the in-depth review and presentation from you. I will now look around at my other commissioners and see who might have further questions for the panel. Commissioner Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions, and I appreciate that the information that you've provided today and in the application. I know that that was a significant amount of work in order to be able to develop that information, and I appreciate the diligence that was done in providing the information that you provided in support of your application. And so I'll start with that. You know, I also will start with saying that contrary to Mr. Lepore's statement at the beginning of his case in chief, I do think that the director's recommendation provided the necessary amount of information to the commission in order to be able to have the commission ultimately make the determination on an option 5 application. All through the financial assurance rulemaking, it was clearly indicated that the option 5 plans were going to be a commission decision. They were going to be unique decisions, and it was ultimately going to be the decision responsibility of the commission in determining what information needed to be provided and what decisions needed to be made as far as how an option 5 goes. And so I will say that I was disappointed to hear Mr. Lepore be contentious to staff about the information that they provided there. Having said that, you know, what I see in the application is you know, a creative solution to financial assurance that's being provided by utilizing some different points and pieces, but I'm not understanding why the decision was made to approach both redefining the definition of low producing well for this particular application, reimagining how option 1, 2, and you guys fit as far as determining percentage of single well financial assurance for low producing wells. In that, how mixing elements of option 3 and a blanket bonding ultimately creates what my understanding is from the financial assurance rulemaking that we just went through, and ultimately our rules, is not minimizing the risk of orphan wells, but ensuring that an operator has the financial wherewithal to ensure that all of their assets are retired, you know, at end of life. It's not an orphan well risk. It's developing. I mean, the low producing definition came about because a low producing well is closer to the end of life based on production metrics, which requires higher level of financial assurance in hand, not because there's a higher risk for that well being orphaned. And so I'm just trying to understand how this application came together, where there seemed to be lots of flexibility and tools available in option 3 that would create the ability to extend timelines, to develop demonstrated costs, to develop sinking funds that I'm not sure has been shown to not be possible for this operator. And so maybe you could talk to a little bit of those things.
Maybe I'll start. Thank you, Commissioner. There was a lot there. So I'm not quite exactly sure where to start. The legal standard is OWN financially capable of fulfilling its obligations under the Act and the rules? The answer is yes. The financial assurance rulemaking was as much about identifying orphan well risk and tailoring financial assurance to that risk as it was about anything else. And you can go through the statement of basis and purpose and find the terms orphan well risk over and over again. The other element of that was a belief that as wells become lower and lower producing, they are less economic and also create a risk that you want to address with financial assurance. Option 3, you suggest, has some levers we could have pulled that we didn't pull. We actually gave a lot of thought to option 3 and how that might work. You mentioned demonstrated cost. Demonstrated cost is not unique to option 3, or 4, or 1, or 2. Every of the 4 options can use demonstrated costs. So option 5 has to mean something else. It has to be a different beast than a demonstrated costs. The other factor you mentioned was that we could extend the time of the money into the sinking fund under option 3. Well, it doesn't say that anywhere. It's not explicit. But yes, we agree with you. We agree that that is a lever that we could pull. And it's a lever.
I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Lepore, just 1 second, because I do want to point out that, in the statement of basis and purpose for option 3, give me just a second here. Because it does clearly call out that there is the opportunity and here, the commission recognized, and this is statement of basis of purpose, page 61, and it's talking about option 3, that the presumptive yearly contribution amount is 5% of the total amount of required financial assurance, though this amount is only presumptive. The commission recognized that depending on the field life of an option 3 operator's oil and gas operations, the yearly amount contributed may need to be adjusted based upon the increase or decrease in risk. Therefore, Rule 702 D3CI provides the commission with the ability to adjust the contribution timeline.
Are you done?
I'm done.
I think that's terrific. And we agree. And we looked at that. It is one option. It is one lever that we could use. And it makes sense for OWN to think about that because of the field life that we've talked to you about, of 50 years or more. So yes, we're open to giving that some consideration if that is the commission's guidance on this. We saw no reason not to approach it the way we did. I will say this about low producing wells. I'm reading from the statement of basis and purpose on the definition of low producing well. It's the statement of basis and purpose at page 16. Much of the commission's focus in the financial assurance rulemaking was on identifying wells that pose financial risks to the commission and the public because it is more likely that an operator will orphan the well. I will go down a paragraph or two. The thresholds, that is the 10 MCF per day, reflect a level where the well is still producing in sufficient quantities to potentially be profitable, but may be at a point in its decline where it will become inactive at some point in the relative near future. So let me pick up on that second piece. We went to 2.5 MCF because that's where those things happen for OWN's assets, not at 10. 10 is a gangbuster well for OWN. Mr. Pfaff said he'd buy 1,000 of them because they're not near the end of their life. They're not near being not profitable. So we found a number which we believe does exactly what the statement of basis and talks about. It's not 10, it's 2.5. So to us, that is as much a logical, reasonable, rationally thought through variation that fits option 5, because there aren't rules about what fits option 5. And it's certainly not just demonstrated costs.
Appreciate the response. Certainly didn't indicate it was only demonstrated costs, although I do find it interesting as we talk about rules applying to option 5, depending on what ultimately the application is for option 5, understanding that option 5 could be an operator providing an application that says, hey, I'm really an option 6, or I'm an option 3, but I'd like to expand that a little bit beyond what the exceptions available in option 3 are. Now, this is a unique option that in some respects, based on my reading of the rules, could contemplate a form of self-bonding based on the fact that the asset that is being protected by the financial assurance is not fully covered by the considerations given in some of the other options. And so in analysis of that, and I appreciate the analysis that was provided by OWN, but the rule 701B indicates that self-bonding is strongly disfavored. Unless the operator is a local government, the commission will presumptively not accept a guarantee of performance based on operator demonstration of sufficient net worth unless the operator proves through a personal guarantee of a corporate officer on an annual basis 3 different things. So one's audited financial statements, and I feel like you guys have provided those. But the catch here is B, which is a conservative estimate of net worth, that its net worth is greater than 20 times the estimated cost to plug and abandon and reclaim all oil and gas operations in their oil and gas operations in Colorado. And so I think I've heard from you that the net worth may cover somewhere between 6 times and 12 times what the operators plug and abandonment responsibilities are. And so I guess my question in that is, as I'm looking to ensure that I'm applying the correct rules to the option 5 plans, why is this not considered self-bonding in how it's being presented, different from option 3, option 2, option 1, or even an option 6 plan?
John, Commissioner Messner, I think I'm a little bit lost because I don't think we're proposing self-bonding here. And even to coming back to your earlier question, I don't think anything we're proposing here is new. These are elements that are part of all the other discussions that were there, right? We provide also even an option 1 and an option 2. There's single well financial assurance if they go above a certain level. Option 3 is single well financial assurance over a period of 20 years. We're basically saying for our least economic wells, by the way, 5 times larger than a well that doesn't contribute to our bottom line, we're offering single well financial assurance approach as an option 3 over 20 years. That's money that's going to go into a pot every year. And then the bonds on the remaining wells, which are still very far away from being not economic, is a blanket bond. And we're not self-insuring that blanket bond. We're going to put that blanket bond on the table. So I think I'd like to answer to both of your questions. I guess the first one is more of, I don't completely understand why. I mean, this is what we're offering is basically more or less on the single well financial assurance side. You could argue a little bit less of a strong option 3, and on the blanket bonding side, without any allowance for any non-producing or other wells. We're not putting anything on the out of service well list, which a lot of people are doing without true guarantees. It feels to me that's more like an option 1-2 approach coming together. But we're absolutely not saying we're going to go and self-bond. Final point, it is very important when you look at the economics that you compare the right number with the right number. If you can either compare the future cash flows, and let's not throw out the number here, I almost did it myself, with the expenses that are expected. Or you can compare the present value of your P&A cost with the net value, present value of your assets. What you were just doing was comparing one on undiscounted and then the other side on a discounted way. But I'm still not sure exactly why self-bonding is part of this discussion.
Well, and I appreciate the discussion and I appreciate the answer, but I think it's important to understand that option 1 has a, and I'm doing this from memory now, so I may not get it right, but has a 5% requirement for single well financial assurance for all low producing wells at the current definition of low producing well. Option 2 has a 10% requirement for single well financial assurance for all low producing wells. And I may not even be getting this right because I'm not looking at the rules right now, but it is some percentage for single well financial assurance for all low producing wells. By production levels, Own Resources is an option 3 operator, yet the expectation that you're putting forward is that you're going to be somewhere between option 1 and option 2 as far as what's being required for single well financial assurance for low producing wells, on top of changing the definition to be 25% of the production level of what these other operators have to pay single well financial assurance on. You understand what I'm saying? So it feels like you're picking cherries from a bunch of different options in order to create a better solution for yourselves, which ultimately puts some thoughts in the fact that you're really not approaching this as from a financial assurance standpoint, but from a self-bonding standpoint. And so this is where I'm coming from, where you've got other operators that are slotting themselves in the well-debated and discussed rulemaking around financial assurance that developed the different options that have been created here. And the reason that I'm asking this is that you also have to make a showing why the other options aren't applicable to you in order to go to the option 5, which was also well debated during the financial assurance rulemakings. And there's plenty of quotes that could be pulled from the statement of basis and purpose on what those conversations were.
Mute myself. I'll respond to one part of that, Commissioner. You are absolutely right about the 5% and the 10% for option 1 and option 2, respectively. So their blanket bond covers all of their wells, excluding any low producing wells in number greater than 5% of their portfolio. Option 2, same at 10%. Maybe I have that backwards. What OWN is offering is to do single well financial assurance for 100% of their low producing wells. So the offer is higher than option 1 or 2. Now, yes, we're saying that for us, for OWN, a low producing well is not 10 MCF. I don't think we can be more clear about that. We're not trying to change the definition, the commission's definition of the rule. We're saying that on the Eastern Plains with dry gas, shallow wells, it's a different dynamic. It's a different metric. It's like a house in Denver does not cost the same as a house in Tulsa. So, but we're offering 100% of our low producing wells will be under single well financial assurance, not a blanket bond, higher than options 1 and 2.
Single well financial assurance under a different production threshold. And so I will give you that, but it is a different production threshold. I wonder, to that point, I do want to ask one other question. And this is based on kind of redefining what single well financial assurance is in this application. But on page 63 of the statement of basis and purpose, it indicates, and it's talking about Rule 702D5, that the commission intends that the operator will meet single well financial assurance obligations of its low producing wells based on the production threshold and allowances of the standard option structure. And so I read that as the commission intending that the standard option structure for low producing wells was intended to be utilized in option 5 applications. Do you agree or disagree?
I think that is a fair interpretation of the sentence in the statement of basis and purpose that you just read. Statement of basis and purposes are guidance. A good friend attorney called it hefty guidance, which I think is a good description. It's not a rule, it's hefty guidance. And I appreciate what it says. To me, the essence of option 5, as debated for a year in the financial assurance rulemaking, was a tailor-made approach that gets to the ultimate end of providing financial assurance to assure that the operator will meet its obligations. We are doing our best to demonstrate OWN is strong financially and has a low orphan well risk, that its well production metrics are just not the same as they are in other basins. That was recognized during the rulemaking. There's another part of the SBP that is in Exhibit G that we sent to you that says the commission realizes there is a great variability in operating costs, et cetera, and facts that relate to an operator's economics. So this is an approach that, as Neil said, gathers together. It's not completely out of left field. All of this is part and parcel of the existing rules. There's single well financial assurance. There's a blanket bond. There's a low producing well threshold. There's a threshold at which they'll put single well financial assurance on every single well. We could have a conversation about whether 2.5 is the perfect number. It's 5 times what OWN has testified is actually a well that's about to be P&A'd by them. But those are levers that we could pull. But how this resembles self-bonding, I don't understand that.
So I've got one other question, because I'm not sure that I understood the argument that was provided as far as how this proposal is not intended to be a process whereby an operator may attempt to use option 5 for the sole reason of paying less financial assurance than provided for in other options, which was you know, in statement of basis and purpose, page 59, and was a part of a lot of discussion around option 5 is to ensure that it was not just a way to pay less. I acknowledge, as Mr. Lepore stated, that a bunch of different option pieces that are included in this application. It also seems like a lot of the pieces that were included were ones that would reduce the amount of overall financial assurance that would be required by this operator, even if they applied themselves in any of the other options.
I'm sorry, was that, are you looking for something you want to read to us?
Well, sure, that was a question. So the burden of proof lies with the applicant as far as determining whether or not this application meets the rule requirement, which is that the commission stressed that it was not intended to be a process whereby an operator may attempt to use option 5 for the sole reason of paying less financial assurance than provided in other options. I'm asking you if you have an argument beyond what's been provided as far as how this is just not a way of paying less financial assurance.
Sure. I'll repeat, that's not the legal standard we have to prove. That's not what we have to show. That's not the burden of proof. It's something that the statement of basis and purpose says. I get it. I get that you didn't want to create an option that was a backdoor way for operators to just try to pay less financial assurance. It also says it's not equitable for you to require operators to submit a high amount of financial assurance where there's no reasonable expectation that such amount would be necessary. Our argument is that there is no reasonable expectation that you need to impose $42 million of financial assurance on own resources, given all of the facts and evidence, undisputed facts and evidence that we have put in front of you today. This is not an end run around financial assurance. This is a fair, reasonable, equitable offer to put financial assurance on the table that matches this operator's orphan well risk.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for sharing this information today. It's hard to be one of the first to go. So thank you for working through this with us. I want to make sure understood some things that I think were said. What is the average life expectancy of your wells 50 years and the median life expectancy 30? What is what is the average age of your wells?
Ed,
No.
can you do that?
I don't have the average calculated, and I think you're getting into some of the confidential information, but I don't.
Okay, so maybe we can go into an.
Are you comfortable with me sharing what was there?
I'm fine if you want to work on this tonight, because I don't think we're going to finish tonight. I would like to know what the average age of your well is.
Okay,
and
I can't give this guidance. In the confidential section, we talked about two different numbers regarding the life of the wells. One was the median, which is when at what's that 50th percentile well, and then one was the 25th percentile well. So at what point in time would that quarter? I can calculate averages, but right now they are percentiles.
Okay, so sorry with that. I'm not really trying to get into confidential information, and maybe I'm thinking about the same thing. Okay, so if the median life of your well is X,
right,
and we know that you have, so sorry, is it possible tomorrow to also share, even if it's confidentially, what the average or median, I guess the average life of your low producing wells is? So those that you've bucketed into the 2.5 or less?
Sure.
Because if those are on the older side, I might want to have a discussion about whether or not 20 years for a time frame is appropriate.
Yeah, we have those numbers. Happy to share them.
Okay, thank you. And then,
But I guess I will say that it's one reason we picked 2.5 is that it's longer than 20 years. on
okay,
average.
it would be great to have that information. I think maybe it might help
Sure.
inform my decision making. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to share confidential information. When I'm taking notes, it's hard to tell what we've done where. My apologies. I'm going to stop there for now.
Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I want to, without going into some of the weeds that Commissioner Messner went on in his questions, I want to ask the straightforward question of what circumstances make it unnecessary or unreasonable for own resources to submit an option 3 plan.
I'll take a first run, Commissioner, and invite Niels and Ed to weigh in if they want. We think the facts presented to you that make it unreasonable are the value of their asset, the projected current and future cash flows, those things as compared to what their demonstrated PA and R costs are, the life of those wells and the life of that field. So maybe Niels can put this more eloquently than I, but their wells are going to continue to produce, continue to generate positive cash flow for years to come. And looking at what their demonstrated plugging, abandonment, and reclamation costs are, as the evidence showed, they could plug, abandon, and reclaim every well in their field multiple times over. So we struggled with, are we more like an option 1 or an option 2 or somewhere in between, given all those economics? We think that OWN is a very healthy financial operator, and that the option 3 amount of financial assurance, I would call punitive. Why would you ask that much money of an operator with the kinds of assets, kinds of track record, the low inactive wells that it has?
And I guess let me build on that a little bit, because one of the recurring themes that I heard with this, and I agree based on the presentation, I do believe that OWN Resources has not only been a responsible operator, but also an operator that is in good financial condition with an asset package that has a long life in good financial consideration. But I think what is partially getting lost in some of the back and forth in this is your explanation that the life of the well, of all the wells within the entire asset package, and the amount of reserves makes it that they can cover their financial assurance many times over. And so I guess my concern is, if what they have, they being OWN Resources, is a financial situation in which they can meet their requirements many times over, why is it unreasonable to do option 3 that allows you to do just a small portion over time? And I'm not saying option 3 with it being the straight estimated amounts, because I fully agree. I think that there are significant differences between parts of the DJ Basin and what you're seeing on the Eastern Plains in terms of depth, in terms of geology and everything else. So even if you were to use the demonstrated costs that OWN has gone over in great detail, with the ability to pay it many times over, why is it unreasonable and or unnecessary, and thus requiring an option 5 versus an option 3 with a demonstrated cost?
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, I'll take the first run. I had 2 thoughts, and now I can only come up with one of them. Their ability to pay. Here's my opinion. My opinion is the perfect financial assurance system would match financial assurance to an operator's exactly precise orphan well risk. If the risk was 0, they should pay 0 financial assurance. If the risk was 100%, they should pay 100% of financial assurance, right? So remember, financial assurance is still, always has been, always will be a backstop. Operators are supposed to plug and abandon their own wells and do it as they go along. That's what is supposed to happen. You're not supposed to need to have 100% financial assurance. The commission rules have raised the bar in, I think, generally equitable ways to try to cover a gap that was there for many, many years, where it was pretty clear that the financial assurance amounts were too low. But it's never really been the idea that you would make every operator put all of the money under a mattress somewhere so that it's there as a contingency. And there were discussions about that, right? There were discussions about full cost financial assurance for every new well. That's what that would do, right? I would give you 100% financial assurance from the get-go on those wells. And that was rejected because there was recognition of the massive waste of capital that would result in. So we're trying to match financial assurance to the operator's orphan well risk and their overall financial health. When we look at it that way, think about option 6. Option 6, you're saying if an operator meets certain conditions, you capped their financial assurance at $40 million. Clearly, those operators, cream of the crop, top of the heap, clearly they could pay more. They could afford much more than that. But you aren't asking them of that. And you're not asking them of that because you acknowledge they're economically sound. They don't present a big orphan well risk. We think it's the same for OWN. We think $42 million is too much to ask for an operator with its risk profile and its economics. What's on offer is a number quite a bit less than that. That's a dynamic model that will float up and down over time, and which OWN believes will put enough money into that trust fund, into that sinking fund, to ultimately take care of the end of life wells. They will P&A as they go, as they've demonstrated a long history of doing. So unnecessary, unreasonable, pretty good, kind of squishy words. We think it doesn't take that much money to cover their risk, to protect the taxpayers of Colorado from having to plug and abandon OWN's wells.
Can I have one thing to kind of the framing of this? I think there is a lot to the fact that this is a dynamic model and we'll be looking at this over time. And if this assurance model stayed in place for 50 years, pretty much every well we would have would roll through full financial assurance. Because at some point in time, every well is going to hit that 2.5 MCF threshold, right? So to some extent, we're laying out a plan that would say at some point in time, we are going to be posting financial assurance, 100% financial assurance on every well on portfolio. When do we do that? Do we do all of that today and we start saving for it? We start saving for the amendment of a well that's going to produce for 50 or 60 years? That seems unnecessary. Instead, what we're doing is saying we're gonna scale that savings. We're gonna start doing that full setting aside money for 100% full financial assurance when those wells start hitting a trigger point that it makes sense for us to start putting money away for them.
I think those are the only questions I have for right now. I think most of my comments I can cover during deliberations. Thank you.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Keeping in mind that your intent was to finish at 5 and we're 11 minutes past that, I'll limit to one question that might take some overnight thought. I appreciate the conversation that's been had today, and I recognize the points made by Mr. Lepore and Mr. Schneider just now that the intent has been that operators should plug as they go. What I struggle with is that the orphan well portfolio in Colorado demonstrates that the historic approach has not shown this to be the case. And as much as we do want to trust and appreciate operators that do have a good track record as they go, stuff happens and we're left with orphan wells. And so the question becomes, when is that tipping point on an operator by operator basis? And that's very difficult, if not absolutely impossible, to ascertain. So by a few calculations, the amount that I see proposed in the option 5 plan, if own resources, heaven forbid, went out of business right after posting that financial assurance that it's proposing under option 5, my estimation is that the state would then have enough money via that to take care of about 19% of the assets of own resources. And so that leaves the state in a pretty significant, difficult situation in the event of a business going defunct. We've had some discussion today about track record versus not needing to post 100% of the bond. And I agree with that philosophy. I think it's a very difficult mix as shown by these discussions. I would like to hear a little more about how a proposal of the enough funds to cover 19% of available resources is better than a more significant fund that then decreases over time as assets are demonstrated to be resolved. And just something to chew on and think about for maybe some discussion tomorrow. I'm happy to hear anything that anyone has to say about that today, but I wanted to let you know kind of where I'm thinking.
I'm not going to go completely answer your question, but in option 3, you got 3%, right? And instead of 19, and in option 2, you've got 9% covered. If you do the calculation in that way, I do, and we can think a little bit more about your question, come with some more answers, but I do want to talk a little bit more about with the risk that it maybe doesn't help. But the reason why we think it's unnecessary and unreasonable is, let's be completely honest, why were option 3 and especially option 4 made? They feel to us like the penalty box. It's a penalty box made for an average operator across Colorado. And when we look at our assets, and by the way, this is a problem, right? With even option 1 and 2, even the bonding levels are more based on averages of the 100,000 or $110,000 or $120,000. And we feel that we have shown that we are not an average operator that's almost at the end of a low producing well number. It was assumed that many of the low producing well numbers were wells that were close to their end of life. We feel we shouldn't be in the penalty box because we feel that we have a long life of assets with a long future ahead. And from that perspective, the reason why we've ended up in the penalty box is because the averages just don't apply to our field. And I think that's why we feel option 3 is unnecessary and unreasonable.
Can I add to that response a bit, Commissioner Ackerman? I appreciate how you're looking at it, and we'll noodle on that a little bit and come back tomorrow. I think it's important not to lose sight of this fact. If any operator goes bankrupt tomorrow or after they post this financial assurance, there would be an effort to sell the assets to someone else, and owns assets would be desirable, unlike other assets of companies who I won't bother to name. But I think I just want also to put that sort of out on the table. Like, it wouldn't be a complete wipeout. Somebody would come in and pick up, I think, just as OWN picked up assets. OWN has never drilled a well, right? And that is not something we talked about. We didn't touch on that in our presentation very much. OWN has never drilled a well. OWN does not have those expenses or those risks. OWN has grown by acquiring other operators' assets, some out of bankruptcy. So just I know it's not a complete answer to your question. May not get to the essence of your question, but it is true that the state would not, in my opinion, the state would not inherit 3,800 wells if OWN went bankrupt next week.
Thanks, Mr. Pfaff and Mr. Lepore. That's helpful. I did think about that, Mr. Lepore, and it led me down the road of I'm not convinced that a lot of people would be willing and able to pick up where OWN left off. OWN is able to acquire many of these wells because of other people's inability to profitably operate them, and so I do think there would be significant liability absent a company very much with the business model of OWN in the end. And so there is some risk there that I think is larger than just the average oil and gas company that divests of its asset that aren't low producing, what most people would consider end of life, but are not considered end of life by OWN. So that does carry some validity, though. I appreciate that explanation, and I have thought of that. And appreciate the discussion here today, Mr. Chair. I certainly have a lot of other thoughts and things that I'm pondering, but it's a good stopping point, I think.
Thank you, my fellow commissioners, for the good questions. I think we will stop at this time this evening, and we will return tomorrow morning for number one, any thoughts or presentation from staff. We'll start with that. Mr. Lepore will give you and your team an opportunity for response on that and or to question staff. And then we will get back into deliberations on this point. So I appreciate the presentation and the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. My final thoughts, without making minds up one way or another, is, I tend to agree with our panel that's before us today that OWN Resources is not the typical creature. And I do believe that if there is an option 5 operator, it likely is OWN Resources. For all the various points that were made in the presentation, the distinctions that are this business model. I also appreciate my fellow commissioners' questions, though, because option 5 is not, it's not more tick the box sort of thing. I think it is important for the commissioners to ensure that if an option 5 plan is approved, that we've done a fair job of thinking through, that plan. And so like, as a, for instance, I appreciated Commissioner McGowan's point about, is the 20-year the right idea, given the productive length of potential wells, et cetera. And so appreciate you thinking about that. I'll get back to one of the points that I made, which is, a financial assurance plan is to some extent putting aside money to do your obligations, but it's also, you have an obligation to plug and abandon your wells, right? And you actually have testified that you do that, and you don't actually place them on an inactive list. And so weaving some component of a report back to the commission each year of the wells that have been plugged and abandoned because they're no longer economic, I think that's positive. I think it's something you're doing anyway. And I think that's yet another sort of security blanket for us at the commission as we ponder approving an option 5 plan for, as you have approached this. So I'll stop the rambling there. We have this matter tomorrow, and we also have another financial assurance plan that we will take up after this plan tomorrow. So with that, I think we will halt the meeting tonight, look for a motion to continue to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the remainder of this docket as well as the second docket.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to make that motion that we continue until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Ackerman, second from Commissioner McGowan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we will see you in the morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.